Good evening. This is a regular meeting of the Zoning Board of Adjustment for April 20th, 2022. Notice has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act by posting a copy of the notice on the first floor of the municipal building and sending a copy to the Montclair Times, Star Ledger, and Herald News. This is a virtual public hearing. A link for members of the public to join is included in the agenda, which is available on the Montclair website, as is a link to the Township's YouTube channel where the hearing can be viewed live or after the fact. The hearing is also being televised on channel 34. And I'm also going to announce that application number 2778, 136 Upper Mountain Avenue, Brian Deblis, that application is going to be carried to the May 18th meeting of the board. And now we'll go ahead and call roll. Mr. Harrison?
Here.
Mr. McCulloch?
Here.
Mr. Caulfield is excused. Mr. Church?
Here.
Ms. Harris is excused. Mr. Moore? Mr. Simon is excused. Mr. Vieira?
Here.
Ms. Martineau?
Here.
Mr. Sullivan?
Here.
All right, and that's roll.
Okay. Before we get to the minutes and resolutions, just what if anyone is here on the 136 Upper Mountain Avenue application, as Tommy said, that'll be continued until the May 18th meeting. There'll be no further notice. And so if you are interested in that matter, mark your calendars, your phones, or whatever device you use, or piece of paper. So you're here on May 18th for that application. Second, I want to welcome Zoe Martineau. We're glad to have you. We obviously need members because some people are not always here, and we're glad you're here tonight. So we have a quorum and can act on the applications before us. So welcome to the board. And if you have questions, feel free to not now, but email me off after the meeting, and I can explain our procedures, or give me a call. Okay, we have the minutes of the April 6th meeting. I have a couple of changes on page 4. Just on line 10, just so it's consistent with the resolution, it should say suggesting that the larger tree be maintained. And then on line 19, delete the word surrounding, because the resolution says the surrounding homes are all 2 families, and put other 3-family homes. And then in line 28, after approve, put approve the site plan and the use in bulk variances, and then after variances, put with conditions. Does anyone else have any changes to those minutes? If not, would someone make a motion to approve the minutes as amended?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. McCulloch, you'll need to abstain from this item.
And Zoe will need to
And
abstain.
oh, yes, you as well. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Do we have a second? I missed it.
Oh,
Second.
okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Same.
Okay. And we have the resolution for 48 Walnut Street. I just have one change on page 5, the second condition. It delete the word line because it's on the eastern side of the property, but not on the eastern side of the property line, because that would be on the neighbor's property. So just delete the word line. Does anyone else have any changes to that resolution?
Tommy, who's eligible to vote on that?
Everybody except for McCulloch and Martineau.
Okay. Is there someone move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution.
Is there a second? All in favor of adopting the resolution as amended?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay. Then we have the resolution for the 2020 annual report. Tommy, I may have missed it, but did you put the administrative appeal in the chart?
Actually, no, I don't think I did. Let me check. This was for,
This property on Orange Road.
I may have actually. No, I don't think I did. I'm sorry.
So I assume in the same way we adopt the other resolutions, we can do that with the change that the annual report be amended to add that to the chart.
Is that okay, Mike?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make sure to add that.
Someone want to move the resolution adopting the 2020 annual report?
Make the motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then we have the resolution adopting the 2021 annual report. I have no anything, so does someone want to move that resolution?
Move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Is Mr. Gassion here?
Yes, let me get everybody on here. We have the William Stemmel, the engineer, Robert Gassion, the attorney. I believe that is all. They're on now, so if there's anybody else they'd like me to add, if they could just let me know, I'll do that.
So the first item on the agenda, application on the agenda is the Isolde Bedell Family Partners LP for property located at 376-380 Claremont Avenue. This is a continuation of the public hearing we started in, I believe, November, and we requested some changes to the plans, and the applicant has requested this matter be put off until this evening's meeting. Mr. Gassion, you want to give your appearance and proceed?
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Chairman?
We can.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, council's name is Robert Gassion. Should I open, sir?
Yes.
Firm is Gassion Pomaco, 524 Union Avenue in Belleville. I represent the applicant in the matter, Isolde Bedell Family Partners LP. My clients are the owners of 376 380 Claremont Ave. The property is improved with 3 brick apartment buildings with a total of 31 bedroom units. The property is located in a 2-family zone, and the existing multifamily use is a pre-existing use which was approved by a Montclair board in 1947. This application was presented some months ago and was just about complete when Mr. Fleischer raised a concern about the degree of slope or grade at the point of the proposed parking spaces. This is an application to add 6 parking spaces. After the degree of slope issue was raised, I adjourned the application in order to amend the plans to address that degree of slope issue. Subsequent to the adjournment, an amended site plan was submitted by Bill Stimmel. Both the municipal planner, Tommy Sibilia, and the consulting engineer, Boswell, submitted supplemental reports in response to those plans. The only witness I plan to recall is the engineer/planner, Bill Stimmel. He will review the changes to the plan and discuss the letters from both Mr. Scabilia and the Boswell office. I'd like to call Mr. Stimmel as my first witness, if I may, sir.
You can, Mr. Gassion, a couple things for the record. First of all, this is a continued hearing from December 15, 2021. And Mr. Church, who was absent at that meeting, has signed a certification that he has reviewed the the WebEx recording of that night. So he will be eligible to vote.
Thank you.
And Mr.
Same
Stimmel,
Same for
Mr.
Mr.
Sullivan.
Vieira. Mr.
Yeah.
Vieira did the same.
Me too.
oh, okay, Mr. Vieira, you did the same also. Okay, thank you. Mr. Stimmel, you were sworn in at December 15th, 2021 meeting. You're still under oath, so you can proceed.
Thank you.
Bill?
Yes,
Okay. You recall that you were sworn, as was stated by Mr. Sullivan. At the last hearing, when towards the application completion, Mr. Fleischer raised an issue about the slope of the parking spots at the new location. Is that correct?
that is correct.
And did you, as a result of that, revise the proposal?
Yes, we revised the plans based on the comments from the board. Subsequently received a comment letter from Boswell Engineering, revised the plans again to address the comments from Boswell.
And can you please review the changes you made to the plans subsequent to Mr. Fleischer's comment, the board's comments, and the Boswell comments?
Sure. The latest version of the plans, which the board members are all looking at, have a revision date of March 28th, 2022. The main change that was made to the plans was to increase the central aisle from 24 feet, which is standard for parking on both sides, to 42 feet. Because of the topography of the site and the fact that you're tied to the existing grading at the property line and at the driveway as it passes through the buildings, there's limited opportunity to change that the grade of the driveway. So pushing the parking spaces further away from that central aisle gives you more room to play with the grading. So we took that aisle and increased it from 24 to 42 feet. We increased the dimensions of the individual parking stalls in the new parking area from 9 by 18 to 9 by 19, which complies with the Montclair ordinance. We added 1 foot of space alongside the retaining wall between the outside parking spaces and the retaining wall. We added a striped crosswalk between building 376 and 378 where it crosses the main drive aisle. We extended the 4-foot vinyl fence along the west and north sides and the north and east sides of the proposed parking spaces. Just to clarify, because there was a little bit of confusion on this point, the height of that fence is proposed to be 4 feet. The size of each of the panels of fence is 8 feet wide. So it's 8 feet on center from post to post for that fence, but the height is 4 feet, which complies with the ordinance requirement. We proposed to fully reconstruct the stairs in front of building 378, whereas only a partial reconstruction had originally been proposed. And we added a few additional dimensions, namely the dimensions where you have a couple of items close together here, going from the property line to the fence to the back of the wall to the parking space. So we added a few dimensions. Also, on this same sheet, the landscape plan is provided. Because of the fact that the aisle is wider, the parking spaces get pushed back further into the existing landscape area. So the proposed plan calls for the removal of one existing magnolia tree. It has a 10-inch caliper and would be located in the middle of one of the parking spaces. The plantings on the two sides of the proposed parking had been slightly different because of the fact that we were going to work the plantings around that magnolia tree. Once that was taken out, that was no longer an issue. So the plantings on both sides of the parking are a mirror image of each other. We did provide a couple of additional shrub plantings for better screening based on a comment from Boswell. And then also there's 2 hatched areas adjacent to the newly created parking spaces and a larger hatched area just to the west by the corner of the site, which were undefined landscaped areas, but we clarified that those will be a mix of perennials, ornamental grasses, and low shrubs taken from the approved Essex County plant list. And the reason for doing that, rather than specifying each individual planting, is that the applicant has an interest in the landscaping of the property and the maintenance of the property, and wants to have a little bit of room to provide something that's visually attractive in that location, and also that suits their tastes as well. So those are all the comments on sheet 1 of the plan set as far as the revisions go. If we could move to sheet 2, please. Sheet 2 is the grading, drainage, and utility. So zooming in on the area of concern, the existing driveway runs more or less between buildings 376 and 378. Again, we're tied to the existing grading, but by pushing the parking spaces further off of that central aisle, we had a little bit more flexibility to flatten out the parking in those areas. So while the slope of the driveway and consequently the cross slope of the parking spaces is in the neighborhood of 14 or 15%, as it had previously been proposed, by moving those spaces away from the central aisle, we can get the cross slope of the parking spaces down to 4.1% at the head of the parking spaces and 7% at the rear of the parking spaces. The ordinance allows a maximum slope of 6% in parking areas, but given the constraints that we had to work with the subject property, we were trying to balance the competing interests of not having too much of a visual impact on the property with addressing the issue of the grading. Because of the change to the layout of the parking area, we were required to cut further into the bank in front of number 378. So whereas the highest point of the wall at the site had been 5 feet on the previously submitted plans, the highest point of the wall is now 8.4 feet. And there were a number of comments, pardon me, in the Boswell letter relating to certifications, structural evaluations, and so on, all of which would have to be done prior to construction, or the certification would be done post-construction by a New Jersey licensed structural engineer, and we certainly agree to comply with that. One other issue to bring up, the board members, I believe it was the chairman and Mr. Fleischer had commented at the last meeting about the lack of drainage improvements on the subject property. So to address that, we are proposing to put in a trench drain at the driveway just behind the property line. The trench drain will connect to 3 seepage pits, and that will capture the runoff that lands in the new parking spaces, but also in a substantial portion of the central aisle and the rear parking area as well. We made revisions to the design of the drainage system based on comments from Boswell, and I believe the revised design has been found to be generally acceptable. And then finally, if I could move to sheet 3, please. Sheet 3 is the lighting. We hadn't provided a lighting analysis previously. The plan sheet shows 2 proposed light fixtures, one lantern style, which would be for the 2 light fixtures adjacent to the new parking area, and then the second one is a less architectural wall sconce, which is going to be proposed between buildings 376 and 378 and behind building 376 to light the existing circulation aisle as well as the rear parking area. We provided a point-by-point lighting analysis, which I believe generally complies with the standards. There is some minor spillover lighting at the property line along Claremont Avenue, but as I had talked about a bit at the last hearing, you've got 14 feet between the property line and the curb. By the time you reach the curb line there, you really have minimal lighting levels from the site lighting. It's somewhere between 0.0 and 0.4 foot candles, which would not have any impact on motorists at that location. So those are the changes to the plan set.
Mr. Schimmel, you commented about the Boswell letter. Are there any other points in the Boswell letter you need to review with the board?
Sure. I'm going to refer to the April 5th, 2022 review letter provided by Boswell Engineering. The first two items are just a statement of fact. Then we move into the site plan comments. Comments number 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 all relate to variances or waivers associated with the application. I think there might have been a little communication breakdown when Boswell took over as the board engineer. They didn't realize that the testimony had been largely completed and that the testimony related to those variances had been provided. Comment number 5 under the site plan section relates to the dimensions for the parking spaces and notes that the 6 proposed parking spaces now comply with the ordinance requirements. So there's no need for a variance or waiver for that item. Comment number 9 relates to erosion control measures, which we will revise the plans to show and will install prior to construction. Comment 10 relates to certifications, stability calculations rather, for the proposed retaining walls. Calculations are required where the wall exceeds 4 feet, and we will provide those. And then post-construction, a certification is required that the walls have been constructed in accordance with the plans, and we will provide that as well. Comment number 11 relates to the ADA parking space. We had some discussions with this at the last hearing in December. When I spoke with the board engineer, I made the argument that because of the fact that the primary function of the buildings is not changing, the existing units are not ADA accessible, the existing entrances are not ADA accessible. We're not required to provide the path to the building. We're providing the accessible parking space to remove an obstacle if at some point in the future the building should be redesigned to eliminate that condition. But right now, we have satisfied the requirement. The board engineer had recommended, though, providing a sign at the parking space that says that there's no accessible path to the building. So we would agree to do that, and we can provide a mock-up of that sign to Boswell prior to installation to verify that they're okay with that. Comments 12 and 13 relate to the stormwater drainage. Generally is agreeable to the system as designed and notes that any damages caused by an increase in runoff or improper drainage shall be repaired by the applicant. And we, of course, agree to comply with that. Comment number 14 relates to the walls and the spillover lighting on Claremont Avenue. Again, as I had stated, I think once you get to the curb line, your spillover lighting there is minimal. It's 0.4 foot candles or less, which has effectively no impact on motorists at that location. Comment number 15 relates to the lighting. Request the opportunity to determine what, if any, changes are necessary to the lighting improvements for a period of 6 months after installation, should the board look favorably on the application. I don't believe we take issue with that, but that's subject to the board's decision. And then finally, comment 16 relates to plantings within the Claremont Avenue right-of-way. Again, any plantings in that area would require some kind of a license from the municipality to install them, and the applicant would, of course, agree to assume maintenance of the landscaping in that area.
And Mr. Stimmel, do you have an opportunity to review Mr. Scavilli's letter of April 6th, and do you have any comments on that?
I did review the letter from April 6th. I don't have many comments to add. Just again, to clarify, the height of the fencing in the front of the building is proposed to be 4 feet. It was 8-foot panels, 8-foot wide panels, 4 foot high. So I don't believe a waiver or a variance is required for that. That was it. I believe the testimony related to the waivers had been provided, and don't take issue with anything else in the planning letter.
And he carefully reviewed the revisions you made, and you've already testified to those revisions. Would that be accurate?
Yes, I think the testimony I gave regarding the revisions is pretty consistent with what's in the planner's review.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. Stimmel. And obviously, my case is complete, As I indicated in my opening, it was almost complete when the question was raised about the slope, and that has obviously been addressed and extensively discussed by Mr. Simmel. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Question for Mr. Stemmel. Regarding the proposed retention wall, it's not very clear to me where the maximum height in the proposed drawing. Just for reference, I just want to understand, the proposed retaining wall.
Understood. The maximum height is in front of building 378, right as you walk out onto the landing at the front of building 378, and it's 8.4 feet. There's proposed to be a fence along the west side of that retaining wall, atop the wall, and then there's going to be a railing as you go down the steps. So that's where the highest point of the wall is.
Okay, and I guess the follow-up question is, so if it's an 8-foot retaining wall at the maximum height, do you see any potential issues with safety regarding people walking around that area, and how do you prevent?
Well, I think the railings are going to be code compliant. The 4-foot fence is going to be installed. I think that would address the potential for a fall at that location. Those will essentially be touching each other. And then in terms of the wall itself, Boswell had commented, and rightly so, that structural calculations would be required prior to the construction, which will be done by someone other than me. I'm not a structural engineer, but those would all be submitted, and the code enforcement people would have an opportunity, or the inspectors would have an opportunity to review prior to construction as well.
Yeah, very well. No, thank you for the answer. And another question regarding the proposed seepage pit. So I guess is the idea to capture the runoff that's coming out of the newly or the additional parking areas, but what about the rest of the parking lot or the driveway?
Right. So the primary function of it is going to be to catch water that falls in the central drive aisle and the newly created parking areas. The ordinance requirement is a little bit unusual. The standard requirement in a lot of places is that you're required to catch 2 inches of water for every for the surface area of your increase in impervious coverage. Montclair, I believe the requirement is 2 gallons per square foot. So you are capturing a pretty significant amount of water in that location. There are some roof leaders, if I recall correctly, from buildings 376 and 378 that discharge to that central aisle. But basically, we're not going to be regrading or rerouting any other areas of the site to that location. It's mostly to catch that central aisle and the new parking spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Mr. Sullivan, I'm assuming Ms. Martineau did not hear the
December 15th testimony. She is not certified in writing, so she's not eligible to vote.
Okay, is she eligible to participate?
She may.
Yes. Ms. Martineau, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Okay. I have a couple questions. I want to follow up on what Mr. Vieira was asking about the railing and where the retaining wall exceeds 4 feet. I can't tell from the plans exactly where the railing is going to be located, along what length of the retaining wall, and how that matches up with the height of the retaining wall in that location.
If the the fence is shown on the plan. It's going to go from the top of the retaining wall along the ends of the parking spaces, if you will, and wrap around to Claremont Avenue. So the highest point of the wall is here. Can you see my arrow? I'm not sure. No, I guess not, because this is
Bill.
Mr. Sebelia's screen. So
Can
the
you see
highest point of the wall is going to be right in front of the landing as you come out of building 376. So the fence is going to stop sort of at the midpoint of the front of that landing. And then the railing is going to start there and then run down along the side of the steps.
Okay, so at the landing at the top, what is going to be there that I assume the height of the retaining wall at that location is roughly the height of the landing?
Yes, it's 8 point, that landing's 8.4 feet above the corner of the proposed parking area. So when you walk out of the front door of that building, you're going to see the side of the white fence, and facing you will be the railing, which will extend across that wall and then follow you as you go down the steps.
Okay, and that at the landing, what is the height of the railing, you know, in that stretch of the landing?
I I don't get asked building code questions all that often. I believe it's 36 inches.
Okay, but there'll be something there so someone coming out the landing isn't going to accidentally walk to the edge of the retaining wall and fall off.
Correct. That railing will be there, and it's not going to be a post and then an open area and then 8 feet later another post in the railing. It's going to be, there's going to be bars underneath to prevent children or whoever from going underneath it.
Okay, and then just so my understanding is because of the creation of the handicap spaces, there's going to be a net increase of 5 spaces. Is that correct?
Uh,
I can answer that. Mr. Chairman, I believe you count the handicap space. I think there'd be a net increase of 6.
Well, the handicap space is over at least 2 existing and maybe 3 existing parking spaces.
I think Mr. Gassion is right. The spaces that are there now don't quite line up with what's proposed, and then some of the cars that park in that rear area do a little bit of freelancing, let's say. But there's 5 spaces back there.
But
there's 5 spaces back there now. There will be 5 with a slightly different orientation. The garage doesn't change, and then the 6 in the front are new. So the net change will be +6.
okay, I'll do this one more time. I was back there and counted on, I guess, Sunday, either Saturday or Sunday, and there are 6 designated spaces now along the back of the apartment building. And that's what the plans show. And then you're leaving 4 spaces plus the 1 handicapped is what's shown on the plans.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're talking about spaces to the rear, and Bill and I were talking about the new spaces. Am I correct?
I'm talking about spaces to the rear. I thought you were in.
Okay.
There are 6 new spaces. I agree with that.
Okay, that's what I was referring to. I'm sorry.
I think the confusion is if this is a parking space here.
I mean, it's marked as, you know,
Currently.
it's marked as a space there. So there are 2 being eliminated by the 1 handicap space. I'm not objecting to that. I'm just want to get my numbers straight.
I understand now what you're talking about. Go ahead, Bill.
I think it's only 1 being eliminated by the handicap because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines coming perpendicular to the back of the building. So you have 5 parking spaces between the 6 lines. So I think you might be seeing the setback, the building envelope there might be causing a little bit of confusion.
But on the back of the building, there are, and I forget if it's 1 through 6 or some other numbering based on the numbering of the spaces in the garage, but there are 6 numbers 1 through 6 or whatever on the back of the building that, and clearly there is room for the space, at the western edge of the building, for a full space and still leave room before you get to the drive aisle.
Above the 20.07 dimension? At the back left corner of that building?
I'm looking for the 20.07. I
That's
thought this
it.
was going to be a simple question.
We could put another parking space there. Yeah, we could put another parking space there.
I'm getting to that space. I haven't gotten to that space yet, or currently non-space. But since you brought it up, I mean, it seems to me that, where the curve curves there, that there's enough distance between where you could put a space there and the garage that you could have a conforming space there. And every time I've been to the property, there's been a car parked there. So I'm wondering why you can't add a space there, since, the testimony by the applicant hearing was their goal was to add as many spaces as possible, because they have tenants demanding spaces. And so I'm not seeing a reason that a conforming space couldn't be put there. I'm trying to be
That's the
helpful.
question that
No, you're right. We could put a space there. Absolutely.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Are there any members of the public who have either questions of this witness, or any statements or testimony or comments or anything you want to say about the application whatsoever? We're going to unmute your microphones, and if you have comments on the application, this is your opportunity to do that. If you're watching on the YouTube station or on channel 34 and you want to call in, the number to call in is now on the screen. Please call in as quickly as you can, or if you're on the WebEx and want to participate, please speak up and we will hear what you have to say. Any visible indication of anyone wanting to participate?
No, everybody is unmuted, that can be unmuted right now, and I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Okay. And so, Mr. Gassion, you want to sum up? And
Yeah, I would like to, if I could, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're not increasing the size of this building in any way. We have all one-bedroom units, the same structure as when it was built in 1947. We're adding 6 parking spaces, which is certainly a benefit. And based on Mr. Harrison's suggestion, it looks like we can add 1 more space. These are very old buildings, built in a time when parking was substantially different. During this testimony, Mr. Stimmel gave some statistics, and one that was striking to me, and as the chairman and myself were doing this kind of business for a long time, he said in 1947, the requirement was 0.26 cars per person. In 2018, 0.83 cars per person. So there's been a dramatic increase in demand for parking spaces since this building was erected. So my clients are trying to do the best they can to alleviate any parking problem or reduce the parking problem, at least for the tenants, and therefore reduce the parking problem for the people of Montclair and them trying to find other spaces. Clearly, It's a difficult site and not a site that's easy to find parking. Typographic conditions, large trees. So I think it's clear that the C1 and C2 both apply to this application. C1 hardship of the property, C2 certainly the benefits outweigh the detriment. We're utilizing landscaping to try to reduce any visual impact of these parking spaces. The increase in the spaces is very crucial, and certainly there's no substantial impairment to the zone plan should this application be approved. And subsequent to the first hearing, my client responded to the board's concerns, and we had the parking area widened. We had the parking level grade changed. The parking spaces were changed from 18 feet to 19 feet. The setback was at 3.23 feet. It was at 2.56 feet. It's now at 3.23 feet. The grade level was reduced by 4%. The retaining walls were added to protect the parking area so that we could change the grade a little bit. Striped pedestrian marking was put on. I think that was pointed out by the chairman or one of the other members of the board. So we've made substantial improvements from the original plan. And I certainly think it's a benefit if we allow this application to be approved by adding 6 parking spaces. And repeating myself, both C1 hardship of the property and C2 benefits outweigh the detriment, if there is any. Both apply. And certainly there's no substantial harm to the zone plan of Montclair if this application is approved. Mr. Chairman and board members, I appreciate your time and your concern and the fact that you made comments, you were able to improve the application. Thank you.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. McCulloch.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly recall this application from when we first received it, and at that time we were dealing with a situation of rather unsightly parking in the forefront of the building, and a situation that also raised the question about whether or not it was safe for not only those people who are parking but also pedestrians in the area. My sense is that what has happened is that the applicant has listened very carefully to the discussions that we've had, has made very positive adjustments to the plan, and has made the best out of what was an unfortunate set of circumstances. So I'm generally in favor of this proposal. I think it's a good proposal. I think the addition of the 6 spaces, the retaining wall, the fence, the lighting, I think contributes to the common good. My hope is that if we do approve this, that it will not later on give license to others who live in the buildings to create other spaces that were not intended as a part of this compromise. But I think it's a good faith effort, and I believe that the applicant will do everything to maintain the expectations of the town. So I'm generally in favor of this application.
Okay, Mr. Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reviewing this application, when it first appeared before the board and subsequently, the issue of parking, creating parking spots in front of a structure is still outstanding. And that is one of the issues that came up in our discussions at one time on this application, that the parking is in violation of our statutes, which don't allow parking in front of buildings. And the fear is all the time when this happens, when these applications come before us, is if we allow one, we're going to have a precedent set and people will keep coming to us with applications. for parking in the front of their buildings. I don't believe that this application, as presented, creates a problem of precedent setting. I believe the property is unique in that it is a older property built way back before the time of multiple cars and multiple needs for parking. And I believe that the owners of the property have tried to accommodate their tenants as the times changed for the need for parking. They are in a very unique situation. The requests made by this board for adjustments to their original application have been met in all areas of our concern. Therefore, with that in mind, and with the idea that we are not setting a precedent, I believe, with this approval, I would vote in favor of this application as it has been presented. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also in favor of this application. I believe that the applicant has demonstrated, the willingness to work with the board and make the necessary revisions for, to improve the parking spaces. I'm with Mr. Church as well in regards to setting a precedent for other applications regarding parking in front of the structures. I believe this is a very unique case. How the topography of the property, and for that reason, I believe we're not setting a precedent. This is a very unique property. So again, I'm in favor of the application. Thank you.
I'm also in favor of the application. I think, this board has traditionally opposed front yard parking, including in some situations where there was no alternative, but those are generally single-family, two-family houses, and where it'd be hard to distinguish those properties from the neighboring properties or other properties in town. Here, this is as other board members have commented, a very unique circumstance here where any provision of, other than the one space I'm going to discuss in a minute, any provision of parking behind 378 or 380 Claremont Avenue would require substantial grading, removal of significant large trees, and would be a much more undesirable situation than the creation of these 6 spaces here. So I think the applicant has clearly met the criteria under C1 and C2 justifying the variance, and I think this will not result in a substantial impairment to the zone plan, and it certainly will not be a substantial detriment to the public good. The applicant has significantly improved the plans from what was originally presented to us. The conditions that should be imposed, condition 2 of the planner's report that the fence be conforming because of the inconsistency, that's what the testimony was. Condition 3 in the planner's memo, which is worded better than the condition in the engineer's report. And the second paragraph of condition 9, the first paragraph is just a statement of condition 9 of the engineer's report. The third and fourth paragraphs of condition 10, and again, the first 2 paragraphs are just statements. Condition 11, condition 13, and condition 15 of the engineer's report. In addition, a condition that the applicant create a conforming parking space along the eastern property line behind the building at 376 Claremont Avenue, and they submit plans to the planning office demonstrating that the space is a conforming space, that the railing along the stairs from 378 and the fence along the west side of the retaining wall meet so they're touching, so there's no gap that someone can walk through and fall off the retaining wall. And that the area immediately adjacent to the buildings on 376 and 378 along the drive aisle be striped and indicate no parking, because every time I've been at the property, there are people parking there, which I understand given the current shortage of spaces, but since there will be an increase in 6 spaces, it's clearly a very unsafe condition when people park next to the building on the drive aisle. Any further discussion from members of the board? And if not, would someone like to make a motion?
I move approval with the conditions stated by the chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, since there are only 4 of us, I think we'll all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Ms. Martineau is abstaining. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time and effort of the board and their constructive suggestions. Thank you.
always a pleasure, Mr. Gassion.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Okay. The next application is that of Ram 51 New LLC for property at 51 New Street. This is an application to construct an addition to the rear of the house, as well as removing existing driveway pavement and a concrete shed pad to the rear of the house, and install a concrete wall to a new rear entrance of one of the residential units. The applicant requests a C1 variance relief from Montclair Code Section 347-18 for a minimum lot width of 60 feet, where variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45 SC1, which requires a side yard setback of 6 feet on one side and 10 feet on the other side. A 1 foot setback is proposed on one side, and a 10-foot setback is met on the northeast side. A 7-inch setback to the addition is proposed on the southwest side. Variance is required from Montclair Code Section 347-4 SD, which requires a rear yard setback of 25 feet. Proposed rear yard setback is 22.4 feet. Variance is required from Montclair Code Section 347-4, which allows a maximum building coverage of 25%. If non-conforming coverage is proposed to be increased to 44.4%. Variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-104, which requires that all off-street parking areas be set back a minimum of 4 feet from the property lines and the intervening space landscape. The newly proposed parking area has no setback from the northeast property line, and a waiver from RSIS is required since only 2 parking spaces are provided instead of the required 4. Is the notice in order, and are taxes paid?
Yes.
Mr. Vedder, are you ready to proceed?
I am, Chairman. Good evening,
Proceed.
everyone. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Entering my appearance, John Vettery Jr., 3 University Plaza, Hackensack, New Jersey, on behalf of the applicant, 51 New Street Trust and Ram New 50 LLC as sole beneficiary of the trust. Just give a little bit of background here. This matter was carried from the March 2nd meeting, but the application actually started back in 2021 as a joint application with 6971 Mission Street. The board heard that initially, and Mr. Fleischer and I believe other members of the board raised some objections to 2 things. One, the loss of a large legacy tree that was located at the edge of the meeting of all 3 properties, and a fear that it could become a cut through. And for those reasons, the applications were severed. The application at 6971 Mission was approved by this board back in, I believe, at the July 2021 meeting. And then this application carried forward. At that time, or sometime around that time, it was discovered there was an encroachment on the property to the west. So the property to the west, if you're facing the house that would be to the right, is owned by the township of Montclair. I believe it's in a redevelopment area. And this home, the existing home, which was built according to the tax records in 1915 or 16, was built partially on this property that at that time I don't believe was township owned property. I think it was taken back in an in-rem tax foreclosure by the township. In any event, the chairman had recommended and requested rather that we work out the issue of the encroachment with the township. We entered into discussions with the township attorney at that time, and then subsequently with Mr. Burr. And I'm happy to report that we reached an agreement with respect to the terms of an easement agreement. And they have notified the board attorney that they have no objection to the applicant proceeding this evening, provided that the final written easement agreement would be a condition of this approval should the board vote to approve this application. So that is that's the housekeeping here. Mr. Sullivan, I don't think I missed anything on that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I can confirm that Mr. Burr has indicated that the township is consenting to the application and did reiterate in his email that any approval by the board should include a condition that there is an easement under terms satisfactory to the township.
Thank you. So with that housekeeping done, this application is really not dissimilar from other applications that we've seen from Michelle Dolgan. It's a continuation of her improvements to the properties in this general vicinity, some of which are completed and maybe you've seen them, some of which are under construction. I think if you look at the picture in Tommy's report, you could see I think it's 69, but it may be 71 currently under construction in the back. And that legacy tree was saved and is in good health. Happy to report. So this is an application in the R2 zone. 2 families are permitted. The home currently has 3 bedrooms on each floor. The proposal, as we'll see from the architect, is to substantially renovate the property in keeping with the look and feel that Ms. Dolgan has cultivated. And the engineer is going to show that the site is currently almost 100% impervious. There is a slight improvement to that situation by about 150 square feet with respect to the impervious cover. As part of the easement negotiation that we had with the township, the township had asked that we keep at least 3 feet from the west side of the property. The original plan was much closer, I think like not even a foot, maybe 0.7. So the plan that is before the board that was submitted 10 days prior to, or at least 10 days prior to this evening, shows that the addition has come down in size, both in the rear and on the side by 3 feet. So that's an overview. I'd like to call our first witness, who is the architect, Adam Lasota.
Mr. Lasota, are you present?
Yes, sir.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
Yes, I do.
Would you state your name and address?
Yes, Adam Lasota, 1355 East Susquehanna in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Adam. If you would, I know you've appeared before this board several times, but give the board the benefit of your educational and professional experience.
Thank you, and thank you for the board. Yes, I graduated from NJIT in 2012 with an accredited architectural degree in architecture, currently licensed in both New Jersey and in Pennsylvania with an architectural license in good standing.
Thank you. I submit his. I'm an expert in the area of architecture.
We accept him.
Thank you. Okay, Adam, I'll give an overview of this and answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and then thank you to the board for hearing our application. This is similar to what we had proposed before, but I see some new faces here on the board, so I want to kind of give the complete overview of the project. So Tommy, thank you for getting the rendering on the page. You'll see here we're making substantial improvements to the home, bringing in character to a lot of the development that we've been working in the area, as John had so beautifully spoken about. The one difference here is that, one, we did reduce that rear setback on the western side, as John had spoken about. And Tom, if you can go to the next page to the basement floor plan. So it's just the next page in the set. And it shows the 3-foot setback you're seeing on that western, along the western property line, which is that encroachment that John had talked to before. And you're seeing here, we are giving the 3 feet. We wanted to make sure to give that in order to have a usable side setback and to further make that a usable side yard setback and to not cause any more detriment with the proposed addition on the home. The basement is just simply a finished basement space. The home is oriented with 2 units, 1 unit towards the front facing the street, 1 unit facing the rear. So it's similar to actually 69 and 71 Mission Street, the kind of somewhat similar architecturally on the exteriors, or we have those units going back to back. One other thing that John did not spoke about either is that from the previous application, we actually shortened the whole building by another 3 feet. So you're seeing an overall dimension there, Tommy, right towards the plan north, the 67-foot dimension. Previously, we had 70 feet. So not only did we reduce the side setback along that western property line, we also shortened the whole building another 3 feet. And here, just wanted to point that out. And here, again, the basements are just finished spaces. We provided a bathroom and some utilities down there. No bedrooms, of course, because the zoning ordinance, which does not allow us to have that because the floor level of the basement against grade is way too high. So again, we're just providing a finished basement space for recreational use, maybe a home office, kind of let the homeowners have that little extra bonus space. So Tom, if you go to the next page for me. So here on the first floor plans, again, nice open floor plans, really kind of popular and also very, very useful, especially in today's living standards. Again, we're providing these big U kitchens, also doing a half bath on the front end side, but unfortunately we had to lose the half bath on that back unit in order to accommodate those square footage reductions that I had spoken about earlier. Tom, if you go to the next page. And so the next page is on the second floor here. Both units are getting 2 bedrooms each. What you're seeing here too is an overhang of the second floor of those interior 2 bedrooms. You're seeing there bedroom number 3 for both the front unit and the back unit. We really needed that a little bit of an extension because those bedrooms were getting a little bit too small, especially with the reduction at the rear and also the reduction at that side yard. So those overhangs are helping to give each of those bedrooms a minimum of a 10-foot by 10-foot footprint to give it 100 square feet. Because otherwise, you can see here, it's just fitting a nice full-size bed in each of those bedrooms. And of course, the other bedrooms are flanking both the front facing New Street, which is that bedroom on plan left, and then plan right is the other bedroom that is facing towards the rear yard. So Tom, if you go to the next page for me. Thank you. And here's the finished attic space. The attic space here houses kind of the whole master suite. It has the master bedroom, the walk-in closet, and also its own private bathroom as well. So each unit is both getting that. The square footages are in line within the required ordinance of the 60%, and also the dormers are also actually under the 50% linear footage requirement based on the zoning ordinance as well. So Tom, if you go to the next page for me, please. So here you're seeing the front and rear elevation. The front there is on the left and the rear is at the right. By chopping off that back, but we still needed to keep that roof line, so we had to cut it back, but still we wanted to carry that same materiality from the front all the way to the sides and the rear. We are providing some hardy plank siding on the lower portion at the front, and then that beautiful kind of vertical board and batten look that we're pulling along the front. We are carrying that across. You're seeing on the sides of the dormers. We're carrying that look and also carrying it also to the rear as well. If you go to the next page for me, Tommy. Thank you so much. So here, this is just the side, unfortunately, that's facing the property of the encroachment. We're not allowed to put many windows here, especially along the property line. We can't put any windows there, unfortunately, for many different reasons, especially code-wise. And on the 3-foot side, we didn't want to put any windows as well, mainly because those are a lot of the hallway spaces and supporting spaces, and just again, we wanted to keep that side just clean, but of course, we're still carrying that materiality across. And even though there are no windows there at the attic space, we're still carrying that board and batten siding look all the way across. So that way we're not just neglecting that side, even though unfortunately, in terms of feasibility, windows would not be feasible on this side. The time to go to the next page for me. And then here's the driveway side. Here you're seeing those two vertical elements in the middle there being pulled out. Those are those overhangs at the bedrooms. Again, they're high enough, so even with the driveway being as tight as it is, they're still clearly high enough where we should not pose any issues with cars driving, of course, underneath them. And of course, you're seeing there the two dormers. Again, the both overhangs and also those dormers above are carrying the same architectural kind of finish with that beautiful board and batten siding as well. And then the other side is kind of wrapping around the house along the first and second floors. And then finally, just we also like to provide some sections here. Of course, we wanted to show that we're getting proper ceiling heights, especially how those roof lines with those overhangs. We want to show how that kind of relates to the space and showing that, you know, we are still accommodating both overall verticality. We are not exceeding the maximum 35-foot zoning requirements, but also showing here how we can fit a lot of interior spaces within those limits. And then, of course, if we go to the next page for me, Tommy, please. Just showing how, even though we are providing a lot of complexity and there's a lot going on, we are still meeting all the code requirements, still giving proper head heights and still giving proper clearances along the staircases, along that quite difficult architectural area part of the addition and renovation of the house. So thank you so much. And I think that's my explanation of the project.
Thanks, Adam. So I think, one of the questions of the board was with respect to the size. And I think you hit on this with regard to the size of the rooms. And when you look at the floor plans, I think it's your testimony that these are not overly generous rooms. In fact, cutting that back by 3 feet, I think you had mentioned, made it pretty much at the bare minimum.
Yes. So in today's standards, providing a bedroom dimension, whether one of the dimensions is 10 feet, is bare minimum. Especially nowadays with, people don't just go to a bedroom to sleep. They sleep, especially when you have kids. You want to give them area for a desk and some space to be able to kind of live in the bedroom. If the bedroom is too small and you can only fit just barely a bed, it's just not up to par with modern standards of living. So you see here, even that bedroom 3, in today's convention, it is still small, but it's big enough to still provide some room to provide, like I said, a fairly sized bed and even room for a desk space. So again,
what's the full dimension of that room?
The full dimension is 10, 10 and 3/4 by 10 foot, 10 and 3/4. So roughly those kind of, actually I have the plans here. So yeah, you're seeing the 10, 10 by 10, 10. So again, it's almost 11 by 11. Already it's tight. You can see at the back bedroom too, I got 10'7", and the bedroom at the front facing New Street, although it is very long because it's the full width of the house, we're still getting that 15, almost 3. You still see there it's 10 feet. So again, by shrinking the house down, we compressed as much as we could, down even to the bare inch where even the closets are not a full 2 feet deep, they're 1'10". It's the bare minimum in order to have a proper closet in order to hang shelvings and in order to hang stuff on hangers. Again, we're taking advantage of every single square inch as possible in order to make this work, but still trying to not providing as big an addition as we need to without being excessive of it and still hitting modern living standards.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Adam, just a couple of questions for you. First, would you kind of take me on the inside of the discussions about the 3-foot setback that reduced the width of the building, and then you mentioned that you reduced the length of it as well, another 3 feet. So, but what was sort of the rationale in both cases, or what was the discussion in those cases?
The discussion was mainly when we had a couple of meetings also with Janice, who unfortunately is not here today, and Tommy about that side setback. We tried reducing it, to get it to 2 feet. We were still having troubles with the floor plan, but still, it was really about giving a side setback that made that area outside usable. And 3 feet as a minimum of usability for an exterior side yard is correct. So we made it work. We went back to the drawing board, we made it work. And also because, as The site itself is a very compact site. A lot of the existing building takes up a lot of the portion of the home, a lot of the portion of the footprint of the property. And we wanted to go back to the drawing board and not only give it that 3-foot setback, but shorten the building as much as we could. It just happened to be 3 feet, just kind of serendipitously. And by shortening it 3 feet and giving that 3-foot setback, we compressed the house as much as we could. And like I said earlier, in order to provide the spaces that kind of meet typical modern standards of living. And before, and to answer your question too, the previous length was 70 feet. So we cut it back 3 feet. That's why you're getting that overall dimension there of 67 feet.
So, I mean, part of the issue was that, you know, sort of how do you address the sense of one building sort of or encroaching upon the other side of the property, anticipating that at some point something will be built on that land. That is really sort of the principle. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. So by providing that 3 feet, not only does it help us have a usable space, but it also causes less issues with in that future development of that site to the west of the property. So unfortunately, the wall that's there is there. We're not touching, but the addition that we're doing, we're trying our best to not further create detriment to that side yard setback.
The other question I have is in terms of the overhang. You mentioned over the driveway. So you mentioned that the overhang is sufficiently high enough so that cars going back and forth would not have any difficulty. What about something like a fire engine? Since there is, you know, obviously residential space on the back side of this property. Is it high enough that a fire engine would be able to pass underneath that as well?
It's not high enough, but the width of the driveway isn't wide enough either for it to get there.
I see.
So we didn't have that into consideration because there's no way we can fit a fire truck through that narrow driveway. It's wide enough for cars. It's currently used for parking, but it's not wide enough to fit anything substantial. Thankfully, with modern building technology, and we are going for a Type 5A construction, we are providing adequate fire ratings, so it gives enough time for any users of the home to be able to escape and escape safely. So we are meeting current modern codes. All the windows are egress windows from all the bedrooms. The wall that separates the front unit and the back unit is a 2-hour fire rated wall as well. This is a standard that we have employed and in all of our projects that we've always presented. It's never been a question asked before, but you'll see that 11.5-inch wall between the two units. It has a 2-hour fire rating. I can get into the technology, but I don't want to bore you.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
Not this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the only question is a comment that was made in the planning report regarding a fence outside. Can you elaborate a little better?
John, could you be able to elaborate a little bit more on the fence?
Sure. The site engineer is here as well, but the applicant I think is having some difficulty getting on. But you're referring to the fence on the east side of the property, not the township side. So the fence on the east side of the property, the applicant has made an agreement with the neighbor to completely replace the fence in the area that is existing, which I believe the survey shows is technically on the neighbor's property on that side. And she's agreed to make that full improvement based upon the requirement of in the letter here.
Thank you.
Mr. Vettery, did Michelle call in by chance?
You know what? She's texting me that she can't get in.
Yeah, she's having some difficulties.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see her as an attendee, but I do see that a couple people have called in and I have the numbers, but I don't know who they are. Just wanted to check.
Yeah. Yeah, her number's an 862 number, if that's one of them.
It is not.
No. Okay. But yes, she'll replace the full fence, and the township asked that the entirety of the fence as part of the easement agreement be removed.
Tommy, I just sent her a message, so hopefully send her a link to maybe get in.
I'll keep an eye out.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Martineau, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, no, thank you.
Um, Mr. Vettery, is Mr. Fantina going to testify or?
So he is available
Okay,
to answer any questions.
Okay, so let me start with the architect, and I don't know if we're going to need him. I just want to know if you were
Okay.
planning on calling him if.
Yeah, I don't think he had anything to add. There wasn't really a lot of engineering issues here, but he is able to answer any questions.
Okay. Can you explain where the 2 parking spaces will be located?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So if the 2 spaces, if you actually open up the engineer's drawings, you see on the right-hand side, we're proposing 2 parking spaces to park, one that goes straight in where you're seeing the provide the 2 parking spaces, and the other one would come in on an angle, kind of steep into the corner, towards that legacy tree. This parking configuration we wanted to provide so that each unit can have 1 parking space and not tandem in the driveway. So this way, one person can pull into either of those spaces, and they don't have to bother their neighbor to kind of move cars and kind of play musical cars.
But for that to work, the person parked in what I'll call the conventional rectangular space, going straight back in, would have to pull fairly far up in order for there to be enough room behind it for the other car to back out. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the neighbors would still have to play nice, but as long as that car does pull forward fairly close, does pull forward enough, it will provide enough clearance for the other car on let's say, the trapezoidal parking spot to be able to swing out.
Okay, and then I want to understand where for that trapezoidal park, how the pavement's going to be handled where you get where the large tree is.
So the tree is actually kind of more on the adjacent property. It's just kind of the approximate location that I believe Dave was showing on his drawings. So as long as that car has that liberty of width and that angle to easily fit within that trapezoidal space, and of course be within pavement and not hit that tree.
Okay, I'm more concerned with where the pavement, where, clearly the root zone is going to go back there, and I want to get a sense, are you paving up to the property line in that back corner?
So
Mr.
currently
Chairman,
it is paved.
why don't we let Dave, because Dave and I did speak about that. Why don't we let Dave answer that? Because Dave looked at that, and I believe, and I don't want to speak for Dave, I believe the survey shows that the entire space is all paved already. Dave, if it pleases the chairman, can we bring Dave in just to answer that question?
This would, we should qualify him quickly.
Sure. Yeah.
I've heard him
I'm here, Mr.
before.
Chairman.
Okay. Hi, Dave. Thanks for showing it. I know you're under the weather today, so thanks for coming in.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
David Fantina, F as in Frank, A-N-T-I-N-A. I'm the project engineer. I've appeared before this board previously. I have a master's degree and a bachelor's degree in civil and environmental engineering, both from Rutgers University. I've been the proprietor of Fantina Engineering for about 21 years, and my license is in good standing.
Okay, we accept him. Do you want to ask?
Thank you.
Thank you. And I heard the questions, and essentially, the 1 parking space is actually 9 by 18. It's a standard parking space. The other one is a somewhat oddly shaped parking space, but it's certainly large enough for a car to park in. In answer to your question, it's basically paved up to the parking lot up to the property line right now. As a matter of fact, there's almost no green space on this property right now. The net result of this application will be an increase in green space of about 150 plus square feet, because everything is paved out there. What you're looking at the picture now that Tommy has, thank you, Tommy, it's very helpful. What you're looking at with the picture is the dilapidated fence on the left that's going to be replaced. that concrete pad is the location of the former shed or garage that's been removed. And then the pavement is visible in front of that, but it also wraps around it. And the legacy tree is visible to the right. And then you see Michelle Dolgan's construction taking place on one of the lots behind you there.
So are you planning to replace the pavement or just leave what's there currently?
I would say we would replace it if it needed to be replaced. And in this case, it probably would be, because if you saw the picture Tommy showed a minute ago, it's somewhat haphazard, especially since a lot of it is the old concrete pad from the shed. So I would expect we would be replacing it.
Okay. And if you, I can't really tell from the pictures, if you left 4 feet by the tree, would that still leave enough room for a car to park there?
If we left a few feet, we only have an approximate location of where that tree is. I couldn't swear to 4 feet, but we could certainly have a few feet around that tree. Absolutely, yes.
I'm measuring from the property line. I'm not.
We could leave a couple of feet from the property line. 4 might be too much. We can put a divot in that area. I would say more like 2 or 2.5 feet around that tree, or around the property line near that tree. The interesting, this parking space is a little more forgiving than the other one, because this car has a little more room to pull in. It can pull a little bit side to side, whereas the other one has to pull straight in. So we do have a little bit of play there. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if you left 3 feet, you still have what would actually be over 23 feet, because at that point it's at an angle. I wouldn't go, it'd just be, we'll probably have to define it, but say 5 feet from what I'm going to call the southern property line, and then going in 3 feet from the rear property line. Does that would leave a workable parking space?
I would think so. We'd have to work the actual numbers out. We certainly would not be paving right to the trunk. We would leave some kind of a well-called divot there, so that the tree would be preserved.
Okay, my other question is the air conditioning units. The original plans, after the 3-lot plans, but the original plans with this 1 lot showed the air conditioning units keeping the required 6-foot setback from the property line. You're doing 3 feet now. Some of that's a function of how you're doing the driveway, but some of it I'm not altogether sure. You have the screening on the driveway side and not on the township lot side, where presumably there will be development, and then you have them located, I'd say 2 to 3 feet from the porch. I'm not sure why they couldn't be put closer to the porch and hence further from the property line, and not have the shrubs on the driveway side, but have them on the township lot side. So whichever one of you is better equipped to answer that.
Well, we could certainly add shrubs to the township property at the other side. Could we slide the AC units? Unless the architect disagrees with me, I think we certainly could. We're not going to get 6 feet. We could certainly surround them with shrubs and move them closer to the porch. But you're absolutely right. The driving factor here is to make 2 more usable parking spaces. As you're probably aware, right now there's 2 spaces, but they're tandem spaces, and one person has to pull out for the one who comes in first to get out. And the only way to avoid that situation is what we have here. But yes, we could certainly put more shrubs around this AC unit.
Yeah, I agree with Dave, and putting more shrubs around it would work. I'm a little hesitant to say that moving the AC units closer to the parking is a I don't agree that is a good idea, especially that parking space is very generous, but asking people to do that swing and then also avoiding a car and then also avoiding an AC unit, I think is asking a little too much. I think
But if you move them closer, is there any reason they can't be moved closer to the porch?
It was just it was an issue of noise. You know, the AC units do come on, and that's right near the front door. So that's why we wanted to give some breathing room there. I think surrounding them with shrubs would help to actually mitigate both those issues in both reducing some of the sound and also by surrounding it on all sides, it's completely covered from both the parking area and for the future development on the township's property.
You know, I mean, you're proposing them to be about the same distance from the porch as they are from the township property, and given a choice between the residents and the next door residents suffering from the noise, I'd rather have the residents of this suffer from the noise.
But in addition to that too, the new development will also be some distance away from the property line as well. So the distance of those AC units from the future development will be more than 3 feet.
You're making generous assumptions about the township.
Well then, that's why we did 3 feet, and everyone gets 3 feet. 3 feet from the property line, 3 feet from the porch.
If the board feels strongly about it, though, we could certainly move
Yeah,
them.
we can move it closer. Yeah, we're not opposed to it.
They're about
Okay.
3 feet off. If we could move them, say 1 foot off the porch, if the board felt strongly about that.
Okay. Mr. Vettery, do you have other witnesses? I want to open up to the public, but I want to do it because it's been so much fun opening it up to the public one time. And so are you going to call any other witnesses?
Witnesses, Mr. Chair.
Okay. For members of the public, we're now going to open it up. We're going to unmute your mics. If you have any questions, testimony, statements, anything you want to say about the application, this is your opportunity to do that. If you're watching on the Montclair YouTube channel or on channel 34 and want to call in, we're putting the number on the screen to call in. We're going to wait a minute or so, but dial in quickly, or if you're on WebEx, indicate you want to participate and speak up now or call in now. We'll wait a little bit to give people an opportunity, but this is going to be your one chance to either ask questions about the application or to give any testimony, statements, comments, anything you want to say about the application. This is your opportunity. Tommy, I assume you're not seeing any indication of anyone wanting to participate?
I am not.
Okay. Mr. Vettery, do you want to sum up and?
Sure. So first want to thank the board for the comments and the township for working together with us to resolve this nearly century-old encroachment. We have a plan here for a nice addition to an existing two-family home, making modern improvements to the home. I think, looking at this from the C1 hardship perspective, this application can be approved without any substantial detriment to the public good, will not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan as I see it, or any zoning ordinance. Looking at the so-called benefits versus burden variances, we have lots of improvements here, including many aesthetic improvements over what's there in terms of code compliant apartments, aesthetic improvements to the streetscape, new sidewalks, additional landscaping, better situation as it relates to the impervious. And again, as I mentioned, we are resolving this encroachment by way of an easement, and that has some benefits for the township in terms of if anything were to ever happen to the property being completely impaired, or destroyed, that this encroachment would no longer be there, and providing some insurance benefits to the township, as well as other typical standard procedures and clauses. So I don't see that there's any any detriments that would be a problem here. I think the benefits here, substantially outweigh any detriments, and I hope the board sees the same way and agrees to approve the application. And again, I thank you.
Okay, well, we're going to start discussion with Mr. Church.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Generally, I'm in favor of the application. I believe that they've gone to the proper authorities to get that easement problem solved so that we don't have a problem in the future. The one concern I do have is that there doesn't seem to be any walkway for the rear tenant. If in fact the tenant doesn't drive a car and walks in, he has to use the driveway. That is a little concern to me because it could be a safety issue, especially at night if nobody saw somebody coming up the driveway. That's the only caveat I have to this application. I drove by it, and it is small, it's tight, but I believe that the building proposed would enhance the area. It wouldn't take anything away from the area. So for that reason, with that one little caveat about a walkway, which I don't think you can put in, but some accommodation has to be made for pedestrian traffic going down that driveway, I would be in favor of the application.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm generally in favor of this application. I believe the applicant, it's proposing a great project. The only small concern that I have, and definitely not a showstopper, is regarding the parking lot in the rear, the two parking spaces. One of the spaces is oddly shaped, and I wonder why Mr. Fantina did not consider making both of the spaces at an angle, so just so they are symmetrical, or as another option to making it perpendicular of what they look like. Obviously, that will require to move the proposed AC units to another area, and that might be one of the issues. But definitely not a showstopper, but I feel that parking space is oddly shaped, a little unusual, but I will support the application.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm supportive of the application and appreciate the efforts that have been made to try to make the best of severe limitations, and recognizing what Stoneman has done in the neighborhood. I'm confident that the final product will be something that will be consistent with the common good that we're aiming for. So thank you.
Yeah. Ms. Martineau?
I'm in favor of the application.
Okay, I'm in favor of the application. Let's do the simpler part of this. I mean, I think clearly, given the lot width, the location of the existing house, that they have demonstrated that they qualify for the various variances. And I don't think this will be a substantial impairment of the zone plan. I think question is the conditions as it relates to substantial detriment to the public good. I'll start, my underlying suspicion is the cars are going to park one behind the other just because it's just too difficult of a maneuver for the one car to pull in. and unless that car pulls in first, and if I'm pulling in the driveway, I'm going to pull straight ahead. And unless that car pulls fairly far up, it's going to make it hard for the other car to get out or get in. But there doesn't seem to be, there isn't enough room to really do much else to create a better parking situation. I do think that there should be an area. Well, let's start off with the easy condition that they obtain an easement from the township. That's obviously will be acceptable to the township, but also be acceptable to the board's attorney. That they, as testified, they replaced the fence along the northeastern side property line, and they removed the fence that's along the southwestern property line. I think that they should have that the pavement be removed for a distance of 3 feet from the rear property line and 5 feet from the southwestern, so you'd end up with a 15 square foot area that would not be paved, that the air conditioning units be moved 1 foot closer to the covered porch, and to the extent possible moved further from the side property line, and that there be shrubs to the rear and border to this side property. So to the property line of the township lots, there would be shrubs between the air conditioning units and that property line, as well as shrubs as shown on the plans between the air conditioning units and the rear property line. As to whether they want shrubs between the air conditioning units and the house on this property and the driveway, that is entirely up to them. Any further discussions from members of the board? And if not, would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to accept the application with the conditions noted by the chair.
Is there a second?
Second. Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. I'll build another. The two to the rear look very nice as they're going up. It's my
Thank you.
editorial comment.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman.
Thanks, members of the board.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, the next application is that of Sherrina Vik Navani for property at 66 Wildwood Avenue. This is an application for variances to construct an addition. The property is in the R1 one-family residential zone. The property is designated on the township's tax maps as lot 70 in block 4601. A variance is requested from Montclair Code section 347-45C1, which required side yard setbacks of 6 feet on one side and 10 feet on the other. The proposed addition will have a side yard setback of 5 feet, 10 and 1/16 inch. A variance is also requested from Montclair Code section 347-45C4, which allows a maximum principal structure width of 65% of the width of the lot, and the width of 74% of the property frontage is proposed. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes.
Are the applicants present?
Mr. Navani is a panelist. I don't see an active mic. Oh, there we go. As is his architect. I'm going to unmute you, Mr. Navani.
Hey, how you doing, Tommy?
Okay, Mr. Navani, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Vikas Navani. Current address is 15 Hawthorne Place, Montclair, New Jersey 07042. Residential address 66 Wildwood Avenue, Montclair 07043. New
Okay,
Jersey.
now do you anything you want to say about your application, or do you want to defer to your engineer?
My engineer and social architect will should be able to answer questions. We're just we're just in the middle of getting our variances and getting our planning done with the expansion of the existing structure and adding more square footage on the side and the back and the rear and the rear of the house. And as per plan presented to the town, and so I believe there's some kind of offset or setback. I think.
We can talk about it.
And Leo, my architect, can answer any questions or explain it more detail.
Okay, and is your architect present?
Yes, he is. Leo Dickinson.
Tommy,
Yes, I am. Okay. I just unmuted myself.
Okay, there you go. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Leandro Dixon, 3-53 26th Street, Fair Lawn, New Jersey.
And Mr. Dixon, you're licensed, are you an architect? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're licensed in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
That is correct.
And your license is in good standing?
It is.
Okay, why don't you proceed to describe the improvements and the variances?
Basically, what we're doing is that we're currently the house has a kitchen that's 1 story, and it's off to the side. If Tommy could go to page A003.
Tommy, it's the second page.
That's it right there. So that right. So currently if you go to one of the pictures down below, you could see where the kitchen is actually a 1-story addition that was done. I don't know when, but we were planning to add an addition on top of that, and that's part of one of the variances where the maximum permitted width of a principal structure shall be 65% of the width of the lot frontage at any one point measured parallel to the street. Existing non-compliant property width is 39 feet 4 and 11/16 inches, or 79%. We're not planning on making it any wider. It's just we'd like to build on top of the existing kitchen and for expanding the second floor. But because of this part of the zoning, we had to apply for the variance. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sure.
Okay. The second part of the variance is that we are expanding also to the rear yard, but because the house currently sits within the setback lines by 2 inches. That was another part of the variance that we had to another variance that we had to apply for to actually build within the setback line, 2 inches within the setback lines. If you could show now, Tommy, please, if you could show the survey and the proposed site plan, which is above these pictures. So in the survey, you see where the house bumps out to back to the rear yard, and we were just going to add an addition out or boxing out the rear of the house, and also right. So now it's in the proposed, it would be just completely boxed out, and we would be adding a second floor addition onto the garage side, or not the garage side, the driveway side of the house. But that side is within the setbacks. It's just over the maximum permitted width for the 65% of the width of the lot frontage. So that's it in a nutshell. They're not we're not really increasing the footprints to the side of the house. We're just trying to add on top of it and expand to the rear.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
So this addition that you're proposing is it seems to be rather substantial. Am I sort of reading that correctly? I mean, the kitchen itself, when it was built on, was rather extensive in and of itself. And now you're going to have a second level of that, and then you're going to go across the back of the house. So you're significantly increasing the size of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the reason for that is?
Well, if we go to the second floor plan, Tommy, please. Yeah, currently the house only has 2 bedrooms upstairs, and what the Mr. Navani and his wife would like to add more bedrooms upstairs, add an additional bathroom, master bathroom, and that's it. It's so basically this house would be a 4-bedroom upstairs, 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms upstairs.
So the current master or primary bedroom currently is which one? The one to the front of the house?
It's the bottom left bedroom.
Bottom left, okay. And so then the extension will replace the deck that's in the back of the house currently. And then there's going to be another deck built behind the extension.
It's a very small deck. It's more like a landing and then some steps that are going to go to a patio area that's currently there.
So I'm looking at one of the photos and I can see a patch of snow. So underneath that patch of snow is a patio. That's on page 7.
Right. Yes, it's just grass there basically, but that's we're not the patio is where they're going to use the parking spot right where their car is parked. They'll be using that as a patio area.
So with a car, that tarmac then will be removed. Is that what we're saying? It'll be
No, it'll stay. They'll just be using it as a patio area.
And so the new deck will begin where the steps currently are.
Yes.
All right. All right, thank you. That's it for right now.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No, Mr. Chairman, not now.
Ms. Mortno, do you have any questions?
No, none from me.
Okay, I don't have any questions. Are there any members of the public who have any questions, statements, testimony, anything you want to say about this application? We're going to unmute your mics and provide an opportunity for you to ask questions or give a statement. And same, anyone watching on YouTube or channel 34, you need to call into the number that's on the screen. And again, this is your opportunity to either ask questions or give testimony or make statements about the application. We'll give you a little bit of time to either dial in, or if you're on via WebEx, to indicate that you want to say something. Tommy, any indication of anyone wanting to do anything?
Nope.
Okay. Do anything you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
No, this is pretty cut and dry, but I thank you for seeing us so quickly. I thought there'd be another another one of these on the agenda ahead of us, and I'm just really glad we were next.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. Vieira.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this application is pretty straightforward. If I understand correctly, it's two variances that we're approving. One is for the setback, which is 6 foot and 10 foot, and what is proposed is 5 feet 10 inches. So it's pretty close to 6 feet. So I'm in favor of the application. I feel it's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Mr. McCulloch.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the application.
Mr. Church.
I'll support the application.
Ms. Martineau.
I support the application.
Okay, I'm also in favor of the application. I think they're not expanding the width of the house. There's an existing nonconformity. They're not changing the very minor deviation from the side yard setback on the 6 foot side. So they're not causing a substantial impairment to the zone plan or a substantial detriment to the public good. So I'm in favor of the application. Would someone like to make a motion?
I move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Do we want to take a break now or keep
Yes.
plowing through? Okay, we'll take a break. We'll resume at 9:40.
Thank you very much, panel. Appreciate it. Members of the board. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And everybody have a great night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay. The next application is that of PRP JR LLC for property at 262 Claremont Avenue. This is an application for a variance to construct an unenclosed exterior stair. The property is in the R2 two-family residential zone. It's designated on the township tax maps as Lot 14 and Block 2301. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45C1, which requires side yard setbacks of 6 feet on one side and 10 feet from the other, and the proposed stairway would have a side yard setback of 0.25 feet. Are taxes paid, and is a notice in order?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, is the applicant present?
I'm gonna assume it's one of the people that's called in, so I'm gonna unmute the callers right now and for them to speak up. I've unmuted
Hi,
two
I'm
callers.
present. Hello, hi. Yes,
Hi,
I'm
I can
present.
hear you.
Is that Kristen
Can you hear
Graciano?
me?
Yes.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I don't know.
Ms. Perello?
Oh, yes, hi, I'm sorry. I thought you were
Hi.
speaking with someone else. Yes, I do.
State your name and address, please.
Anna Perillo, 262 Claremont Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey.
Okay, who are you?
I'm the owner of the property.
This is not, we're on 262 Claremont, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I represent
I have
PRP Jr.
Okay.
Can you
so-
hear me?
Yes, okay. Why don't you state your name and address? You're the and you're the owner of the property, is that correct?
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
why don't you describe what's going on with this application?
We put in an application for a staircase to access the third floor of the home.
And Mr. Fuentes prepared the plan, is that correct?
Yes,
Is he present?
he should be.
Sorry, let me,
I'm not sure if he called
he's
in
a
or if
panelist.
he...
Yeah, he did. I'm sorry about that. He's a panelist now.
Okay, no problem.
All right, Mr. Fuentes, are you present?
Mr. Fuentes, please, there you go. Hello?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Fuentes, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Yes, Javier Fuentes, and address is 612 Galloping Hill Road, Roselle Park, New Jersey.
And Mr. Fuentes, you are a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes,
And your license is in good standing?
yes.
Okay, why don't you describe the applicant's proposal?
Sure. So, currently this home is a single family home in a two family zone. And so what we're doing is we're taking the habitable attic area, the floor, that is already a livable space. It's got sufficient room. It just needs to get upgraded a little bit. And we're going to be adding a stairway on the exterior to have access to this level. We had looked at a couple different options and we felt that this had become the best solution to adding the stair to access that level because for a number of reasons. For one, the interior stairway as it is, in order to modify that to be able to enclose it and make it a part of the second, separated from one floor to the other, is a substantial amount of work. It's a hardship in its on itself because it would potentially lose a bedroom, and we would have to modify the landing area and everything. So what we've done is we try to find a solution that could work and try to be respectful to the roadway. So as you're driving along Claremont Ave, and the first thing you see is this picture that you see on the top left, which is the house and the front porch. The front porch actually wraps around on the left side of the house. And so as you walk across that left side, what we're doing is we're providing a new stairway that's accessed directly from that level. So we're not going from the ground up, we're just going from that level and we're taking their stairs up. So what you're seeing in the plan is you're walking around, you're taking the stairs up, you wrap around the U stair shape, and you get to the landing at the top. And that landing is in line with the interior landing. And that purpose is to try to reduce the size and height of the stair and being able to utilize what's already as existing and modify it to the best of our ability. So you then gain access to the unit from that landing, and you're able to take the stairs up to the unit. So of course, this means that where that stair is, it does push it does push the line for what we're doing here, but it created a really nice solution in which it reduced the height of the stairway. Because if we decided to, let's say, go to the back where we have plenty of room with the setbacks and everything, it would have just created a monstrosity, a sore thumb in the back of the house. It would have, destroyed the backyard, and this at least hides away partially the stairway behind the front porch. So it's not something that you see immediately. It's not the first thing you see. And it also then creates a solution to be able to access this level while still being able to maintain a separation between floors. And that concludes the presentation for this project. And I'll open this to the board for any questions or comments.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fuentes, I guess a couple of questions. You mentioned, well, first of all, you mentioned that the access to the stairwell is from the porch, although the diagram that I'm looking at shows it. Is it from the ground as well as from the porch? Because that's what appears from this drawing.
So you'll see in the elevation there, it does start from the porch, but then we've given an additional stair access from that same point down to the ground, only so that they have the ability to gain access to the backyard as well. So because otherwise what is existing now, when you're in that front porch, you don't actually have access to the backyard unless you actually walk around the driveway and then gain access into the backyard. So this solves a couple of different solutions, and so that's why you see that there.
So you mentioned that this putting the stairwell here is a good solution, and not having it enclosed because it would create a lot of different complications. But it seems like a substantial amount of stairs for inclement weather. Has that been a consideration?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the materials that we're utilizing, we would want something that is it's non-slip. So that's very important to us. So at this moment, we've discussed mainly the size and the location of this, but we do want to make sure that when we go into this, that this is a safe enough to walk on and get up and down the stairs. So absolutely, that is a consideration, and that is something that we want to implement as part of this because it is an exterior stair.
No, it also seems as though that the location, it looks as though it doesn't really encroach upon the neighbor, but I guess because it's so substantial, that it certainly gives the appearance that movement up and down those, that stairwell, would be a hindrance to the neighbor.
Well, I mean, I can only speak to that. We were also considering the location of it because the way that it's accessing the stair of the interior to be able to gain access to the unit has reduced the size of the stair. Because otherwise, if we would have gone, like I said, to the back, we would have had to go an additional level up. If you just take a look at, for example, the elevation, you'll see. I'm sorry, can you just take me over to? That's yeah, perfect. So what you're seeing the rise where it says second landing, that's 18.6 3/4. That's where it stops. But had we had to go an extra level up, this would have sticked out further up, and we would have had to gain access to that level by going up to 22.11 1/4. So in this solution, we were able to utilize what is existing and try to minimize the height of the stair because, any stairway that we deal with, you're dealing with run as well as height of the stair. And, at least this creates less of a run, which means it's not so much of an eyesore. And also, considering that, people are in and out of the house, I imagine it's not like it's not like it's a cat. People are walking up and down all of the time. I imagine, maybe someone's going to work, they take the stairs down, they go to their car, they go to work, they come back, they take their stairs up, and they go back to their unit. So I mean to their apartment. So it's I think there's a reduction in that it's not like a commercial location or anything like that would require a lot of foot traffic. I think here that's what we're trying to achieve, and came out to be a good solution for this.
But it is the only point of access to get from the third floor apartment down to the ground. I mean, there's no interior way for anybody to get from the third floor based on the design. That's correct.
Right. To separate it, yes.
Yeah.
And I would imagine, like, considering that there is a door that you can access from that landing, if there were any emergency, then yes, you would be able to access the interior stairway theoretically. You would be able to do so. But of course, to create that separation, that's where that line divides. You could see that in the plan. The wall divides that stair landing, and then that creates that separation between levels.
Now, you also mentioned that your sense was that this was the best location for putting this access point as opposed to putting it on the back side of the house. And I'm just wondering, based on the third floor design, I think you have where is it the kitchen? I think that looks out over the backyard on that apartment. And then there's an area to the right of the kitchen. Is that not an area where this same kind of a design could have been could be installed?
It wouldn't be the same. And for the reason that, for one, you have access. Gaining access to that level would require the stair to be much taller. As I mentioned, we're utilizing the interior stairway to the best of our ability, being that we're connecting at that level that's where the access point is. So this would increase the height of the stair, and that would also then require us a modification to the roof to be able to gain access to that level, because there is no, you can see there's no dormer to this thing. There's no window located to that. So that would require a substantial modification to the roof to be able to access that. And that would actually then potentially even create a point that cuts off this access. Right now, I know this view of this picture might not tell the story too well, but that stairway that's coming down is from the kitchen of the first floor, and as you're walking in that path, you would be cutting through that path of the existing patio space.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I mean, if it were to go into that area to the left of those stairs coming off the kitchen on the first floor, you know, seems to be another access point, and then there are windows, and you know, so it looks like, yes, it would create some different complications to try to create the stairwell, or to place it there. But what about on the right side? There's just like one window there. I don't know what that is. Is that's part of the kitchen, I would presume, or maybe it's a half bath or something like that.
So there's a dining area there, and putting the stair on that side was something we spoke about at one point, but it is taking over the driveway area. And as it is now, the driveway is already tight as it is because the setback line is 10 feet on that side. And
I think I'm talking about the opposite side.
I'm sorry, did I lose you there? Sorry. You mentioned the right side. Oh, you're talking about from this picture, from this point of view?
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, so it is on the right side. It's just it's further to the front. Now, in one of the solutions, one of the ideas that we talked about, you could run a straight stair, right? But considering the height level, you still have to modify, you still have to place a landing, and so that requires some distance, right? So it basically elongated the stairway, and it essentially, looking at it from the side of the perspective of the property owner on the right side of this picture, it would create this like mountain effect, you know, that you're like taking these stairs up, and it kind of like goes up on the side of the house, so it becomes a bigger stair, right? So what we were trying to do was, how can we compact this? How can we access this? You know, for one, from the front of the house. Two, how can we reduce the height of the stair? And three, like, is there a way that it is compactable? Is it a way that we can utilize the existing interior stair, utilize the porch? And that's where that solution became, okay, well, this is a great place for it. We just need to create some adjustments to make sure that it doesn't become this huge thing. And that's why that's the location that you're seeing there.
And the goal here is to make this currently is a single family house, and you want to make it a 2-family house. That's the goal.
Correct.
And was there consideration to the possibility of just making first floor a separate unit, and then making second and third floors a separate unit in order to accomplish the same thing?
Right. Well, so yeah, there were considerations in trying to figure out what are some different options, but that was a big that would require a big change in how we gain access to the stairway, because if you subdivide that one space, the kitchen, the dining room, the living space, all of those areas already take up a substantial amount of the floor area. So to be able to create a bedroom, it would require us to sort of rejigger the stair as it is now in the interior stair to be able to really gain a bedroom, and that became a big implication in creating a design that would work for what we were doing. So that was sort of like at the very end of everything, and we said no, that just can't happen. It wouldn't work in the way that we're thinking of. So
all right, thank you very much.
Very
Okay,
well.
Mr.
Thank you.
Church, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I do. Why can't it work from the inside of the house? Why does if there's is there a resident on the third floor?
No, there isn't. Not currently.
Is there going to be a resident?
Correct. Yes.
They're going to rent the third floor, and that resident will access that apartment through the outside on this stairwell.
Yes.
Now, they can't do that inside the house.
No, the way that it would work from the inside, as I mentioned, it's a substantial modification that would require structural changes. It would reduce the number of bedrooms that the house currently has. It would
Wait a minute, the house has or the apartment has?
no, that the house itself has, the current home has. So it would reduce the number of bedrooms that it would have because as it is now, there's a big height that you have to go through, and in order to subdivide it properly from the rest of the house, you'd have to modify the stair so that it has its own isolated landing area that would then access to the second floor, or I should say the third floor. But that would also mean that we would have to separate it so that there's an additional stairway so that the house itself, as it is existing, could remain and have access to the second floor bedrooms and bathroom, along with the livable spaces below, which are the kitchen and living spaces. So this is taking that solution and creating it from the exterior, so that it wouldn't lose the value, the home lose its own value now, where it has a certain number of bedrooms and a bathroom and yeah.
Well, what's going to happen is the person that rents the third floor or leases the third floor only has access through this stairwell that you're proposing on the outside of the building.
Correct.
That's the only way that person gets into that apartment.
Correct. I mean, yes, but as I mentioned, in the case of an emergency situation, there is a door access that should the applicant allow the tenant say, hey, look, I know you have an issue with your stairway. I don't mind if you want to use our stairway on the interior. They have access to that, right? If God forbid, let's just say a tree falls down and the stair gets
Destroyed.
destroyed. So this would still allow access temporarily, should that be the case.
In other words, it's not a permanent egress or in.
Well, it is. That's the intent. But what I'm throwing the hypothetical that should there be an emergency where there would be a tree that falls down and takes down that stair, it doesn't mean that the tenant doesn't have access to get out of that apartment, because there's still access through the existing interior stairway.
So in other words, that tenant could access his or her apartment on the third floor internally by going through the house internally. They could,
but it would be impeding in the space of the homeowner. What I'm saying is
wait a minute, hold it. So this is an attempt to divert tenant from passing through the owner's house.
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
with the
okay.
existing
All right.
stairway. Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the one question that I
Seems like everybody.
Can you repeat your question?
Did you lose me? Sorry.
I'm sorry. I think I lost you there. I'm
Okay.
sorry. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I apologize that. So the question that I had was the first item on the planning report regarding the impact on sunlight to the neighboring property, 258 Claremont. So can you elaborate?
So that is on to the house that we were talking about. That is on the from the rear. We're talking about the house on the right, correct? Or to the
Correct.
left, I should
258.
say.
Yes.
So, so you can see from this picture, you know, the sunlight where it's coming through, there wouldn't be any implication because the location of where the stairway is, it would be tucked in away behind this front porch. So the sunlight at that point, where wrapping around, it wouldn't have an effect into the neighboring property in terms of blocking sunlight.
Okay, and the second question that I had was regarding the third item on the planning report, that the I guess the recommendation that the stairway should be enclosed. Did you consider that?
Well, as it is, it would have required, well, it would have required taking the existing windows that we have for the stairway as it is now for the interior stair and closing them off. Now, if we were to design this stairway and enclose it, and it was from the exterior, um, I'm sure there may have been a way to be able to access, but it still doesn't still doesn't solve the issue that we're having, which is that you still have to have a certain width for the stairway, um, which still pushes the line. And by the time you finish that with a wall and everything, we would be right at that edge, or maybe over the property line. I can't speak to exactly how that would look like because I haven't drawn it up, but from where we are and what we're looking at in the design, that's what we would expect because the interior stairway, when you're taking the stairs up, the landing as it is existing is already tight as it is. And so that bay window that you see there, it actually allows a little bit of breathing room, and it has we would actually have to look at like shaving that off to be able to then put the stairway attached to that edge and then enclosing it because it's already so close, you know what I mean? So that was a tough opportunity in trying to create that. We just haven't drawn it up. So yeah, I appreciate the question.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Martineau, do you have any questions?
Well, I was going to ask about enclosing the staircase. I mean, excuse my naivete. This is my first meeting, but an exterior staircase on the outside of the house in the northeast just seems like a massive liability to me, given the climate that we live in and the elevation of from the street up to that third floor. But not having studied this extensively, I don't know how you get around that unless you enclose it. But as you said, that puts you up against the basically the property line. But that would be my main concern here.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, and I will say, just if you drive down Claremont Ave in the opposite direction of the municipal building, you'll notice there are a few houses that do have exterior stairways. So it's not uncommon. It's just in the way that we're using it here, we're trying to reduce the run in comparison to those houses that we've seen. I think it's like a little further up, like 297, 298. I can't remember the number. There is an exterior stair, but it's a straight run, and it's the thing that we fear in what we were trying to design, where it would have created this massive stair along the edge of the wall. So rather than doing that, we were trying to find a simpler solution and reduce the height of the stairway so that it wouldn't become this huge thing.
Okay. Before I ask my questions, I guess, Tommy, if they're making this a two-family, is there adequate parking for a two-family?
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. It's assumed that there would be. The driveway in the rear is very large, and there's also a detached garage. It's hard to see in some of the photos I took. This photo from the rear, I was standing basically against a detached garage looking towards the rear of the house. And then if you can see it a little bit better maybe in the aerial, but this I don't know if you can see my cursor, but the driveway goes all the way to the rear of the property, and then there's a detached garage here.
But it's a one-car garage, and there doesn't really, I'm not sure if there's room for two cars alongside of it, and I'm not sure that three would conform to the ordinance. I'm not sure how many bedrooms there are in the, what I'll call the main part of the house.
Yeah, we did not look into that figure, unfortunately.
Well, I guess, and Michael, this is, I guess, partially a question for you. If we're approving a stair for a two-family house that ends up needing a parking variance, where does that leave us?
Well, I think it's a problem. I think we need to look at it in the context of the purpose of this application is to convert this single family to a two family. That's the stated purpose. As part of that, they're providing, access by virtue of this staircase that needs a variance. But I think we need to look at it in the context of the parking also and make sure it's compliant. Otherwise, that's additional variance that's required.
I think we're saying the same thing. We shouldn't do this piecemeal. Okay, let me ask.
How many bedrooms are in the existing and it would be in the proposed? I can start looking into that in the background.
I'm sorry, Anna, are you on the phone there? If you can just
let me check to see if I can get her unmuted. Do you know she's 201?
Her phone number, her area. Hold on one second. Oh, she said, hold on. I called in again and I still don't hear anything. I don't. Maybe she's having some trouble, but she is. Yeah, her area code is 201.
Okay. I'm gonna unmute her right now. Ms. Perella, can you hear us? I have unmuted her phone.
Okay.
If she's having trouble hearing, she can watch the live feed on YouTube as a reference, but she should be able to hear through her phone.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't want to give the wrong answer because it's been a while since I've been in their house.
No, she's on there.
She
called
says
back in.
There we go.
Hello, Ms. Perella, are you there?
She just sent me a message. She said the bedroom five bedrooms for the house.
5
is
bedrooms
existing.
total for the existing house and the proposed unit?
Not the proposed unit. We're just talking about the existing.
And so in the conversion, is there already a bedroom up on the 3rd floor?
It is not used as a bedroom, but it has the potential. It just needs a modification to put in an egress window, which we are doing. So
Is that shown on the
unit would be-
plans?
Yes, yeah. If you take a look at the proposed plan.
Don't the plans depict how many bedrooms are in this building?
Well, here we're just focusing on the 3rd floor here, so that's why you're not
I
seeing.
think the point is you can't just focus on that on the 3rd floor. I mean, that's the problem. The applicant gets the variance for the staircase and may or may not need additional variances for the conversion to the 2-family. It needs to be done in one shot. Because if they're not going to get the parking variance, if one's required, then maybe the board wouldn't have granted the staircase variance also.
Well, I can speak to, for parking. I mean, it has a long driveway and it does have, I know it has only a 1-car garage. But as it is currently, from my understanding and from an RSIS standpoint, it should comply. It's just, I at this moment, I can't, I understand your point, and it's just, I can't speak to it because I don't, yeah, the focus, as I mentioned, the focus that we had to create this was to have the exterior stair, make this area, this existing level, a livable space. And, I'm sorry, Miss Perillo, Anna she's saying that she's trying to speak over, but maybe it's muted or something, or she's just not she's having an issue.
Have her try now. Ms. Brello, can you hear us? It looks like the 201 number called back in.
Okay.
That number is unmuted.
Ms. Ferrello, can you hear us?
Here, you know what? Let me try. Hey,
Hello.
Hey Anna, I'm gonna have you on the phone here.
Yeah.
So we can.
I called in 3 times already. They're not.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't hear anyone.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I guess we're just having some issue. Okay. So she's on the phone.
Hi, I'm here.
Hello, we can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I couldn't hear anyone for a second, and that was it.
So the question is, how many bedrooms are there proposed?
There are 5 bedrooms right now.
And how many are proposed with the new scheme total?
There would still be in total in the house 5 bedrooms. The
Okay.
top floor has 4 rooms with a full bathroom. So in order to, I guess, utilize it as an apartment, one of those 4 rooms would be a bedroom.
Okay,
So
so if
then
there are
the
5 bedrooms total with the converted
Right.
house,
In total
that
would be
would
4 bedrooms then, right?
3 parking spaces are required.
So we have a 200-foot driveway, so there's more than enough parking spaces.
Mr.
Sorry, can you?
Harrison, do you have any thoughts on
I'm sorry.
that?
Do I have any?
No, oh, no, Anna, I'm sorry, hold on.
Okay,
Mr. Harrison, can you hear?
I can hear. I'm not, I mean, I'm not sure how we approve this and not, as is without having a drawing showing the parking laid out and, I mean, in effect, we're being asked to approve the conversion to a two-family, and I think we should know, any variances that are required, but let me ask how would the tenant get from the parking area in the rear to the stairway?
There's two ways to the stairway, right? They can park in the back, which is where, I park, and enter the staircase from the back of the house. They can also go to the front of the house and go up the staircase. So there's two ways to access that staircase. The way,
But going around the front, you're walking, 150 feet to get to the front of the house, and then, another 50 plus feet to get to the porch. And going from the back, they would be walking partially over a lawn area. Is that correct?
a patio. So I have a patio that's back
But
there.
the area immediately adjoining the paved parking area is lawn.
The area where the staircase would be? Is that what you're referring to?
No, the area, you have the paved parking area in the rear next to your driveway. You have a little fence, which you clearly would have to put a gate or something in, and then going up the side of the property heading towards it, in that immediate area, isn't there a lawn area?
There's currently there's a walkway made of pavers that they would be able to access. I don't know that if we would need to add to that. I'm not sure, but as of right now, there is a paved walkway on the side of that house.
But does it go all the way back to the parking area?
It goes all the way to the end of the patio in the back. So I believe it's about 30 feet from the house.
Right, but the
house.
right, but the area from there back, as is shown on the photo, is a lawn area.
There's a lawn area, right? Correct. There's an entranceway to that lawn area. I mean, that's, like I said, that's where it's the same thing for me. I at the park. That's just how the house is. That's how it was when I purchased it. And I park back there and I have to walk. That's just how it is.
You're going in the back door, I assume.
Correct. Sometimes there's times I do go through the front, but right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have some questions for the architect because I'm trying to understand the plans. How the bay window that's there, I can't tell from the drawing how the stair is getting around that. Is it set away from the house so it doesn't interfere with the bay window?
It's set at the edge of the bay window. Of course, it's not attached to it directly. It's got its own structure, but it's adjacent to that edge of the bay window, the existing bay window. You can see it in the plan a little better if we go to the. Thank you. Yes. So if we go to the plan, yeah, right there. So you can see the stairway is starting at that edge, and that's where the stair is.
How far out does the bay window extend?
2 feet. You can actually see a picture of the interior stairway right here, right adjacent to that. So you can see that landing it's very tight. That bay window just it gives some nice breathing room to be able to walk around that.
Now, I understand it's,
Sure.
now, is there a way you could have the stair come down so it does not go past the bay window and be moved over 2 feet?
I mean, I don't, I guess you could potentially. It does mean it probably extending the access from the front porch, because that was one of the things that I was looking at as well. But the problem was it was just we would have to extend the front porch, access further, in order to really gain that space back, because we would have to consider the full length of the stair. So that would require pushing it as far as the edge of where it starts, or I should say where the bay window ends. And
But
then
where you come down from the landing now, if instead of going towards with that first step down, instead of going towards the front of the house and you went to the rear of the house, couldn't you then avoid going by the bay window?
right, well, yeah, but then that would mean, are you saying that the stairway access would only be from the rear?
Well, you could build a little connector between the porch and wherever the stair would end up. I mean, you could add, if you just reversed it and had that end portion of the stair heading towards the porch, you probably could just connect the two or build a little walkway between them.
Yeah, I understand part, and in part, one of the issues with that also is just like I said, we would have to extend the front porch to access that, and consider the fact of that we have a run with the stairway that we would have to push further away so that we could get a clear landing space, because you would have to walk around the bay window. But that also then means that it inflicts in the privacy of the current home, because the back of the stair, I'm sorry, if we push it further back, we're now looking at the windows of the kitchen and bedroom. So we're, the intention in the location also allows a little bit of that privacy where you're not seeing people walking past you, because the access from where that stair is aligned with the existing stair.
But you're going past windows towards the front of the house the way you have it currently set up.
Right, but in that area, there's you're passing through in the front porch, you're passing through like a family livable space. You're walking up, you're taking the stair. I'm sorry, then you're walking up the stairs. Now you're directly in front of the stairs. And then as you're making your way up to that intermediate landing, you're close to the window, yes, but we could lose that window because the bedroom itself already has sufficient windows, and that would then further help the privacy. So it's not so much of a, I don't think I see that as a difficult location, because we can modify that so that the window is not facing there.
Okay. And I'm trying to understand your drawing in terms of where the entry point is going to be, in the sense of currently there's a dormer with a dual window where the entrance is. You're seem to be eliminating the roof that's immediately underneath that and creating a door in that space. Is that correct?
So there's a modification. The second floor landing that you can see is above that roof line. So the modification of putting that landing in place is going to go above that roof line, of the bay window as you see it, and we would be cutting into a little bit of the eave just so that we can place access for the doorway. It's already a good height in that space. You can see it in the pictures at the bottom left of this page. You'll see on the left is where the double window is. So that would then become the doorway on the right side that would access the stairway to the third floor unit. So the only modifications that we're making on the outside really are just to create, the access to the doorway. The landing is going to go over that. You can see that the roof still remains, but just that small modification on the eave so that the doorway can be accessed, and nothing would be touched above that. The dormer stays the same, and as I mentioned, it's in line with the existing interior landing.
Okay, and if you could go back and show that landing.
Sure.
Trying to, how are you going to separate the landing, which currently you can either go up or down from, so the third floor tenant will not be able to, in general, other than when there's an emergency, access the second and first floors of the house?
Thank you. Yeah, so there would be a wall that's subdividing at the line of where the stair is, and that would essentially, we're going to enclose that stairway that you're seeing in there in the interior that would access to the point to the bedroom. I'm sorry, to the one bedroom above. And so the stairway we're subdividing it at that point where the landing is and going along that line.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Sullivan, I guess my fundamental question is, the notice only references the exterior stair. It makes no mention of the potential of converting the house into a two-family house. And I'm concerned with our proceeding. I have fundamental issues with the application in terms of the variance being requested for the stairway, but what are your thoughts about how we should proceed?
Well, the notice under the statute requires that the nature of the matters to be considered are depicted in the notice. And someone who got the notice thinks there's a staircase going in, does not know the property is being converted to a two-family. Even though it's a permitted use, I think that's a problem. I also think that they've got to prove compliance with every standard that would be applicable to a two-family. I'm not sure they're prepared to do that. I'm not sure if the plans that were submitted are adequate to depicting enough information for the board. So, and the applicant may be best served to take a time out, look at this, see if there's some of the comments of the board can be addressed to make it a more favorable application, renotice to comply with what I just stated, and see what the board, how the board reviews that. That's my initial reaction.
Okay, I mean, and I agree. I mean, I think, I don't think it does anyone any good for us to act on it if if there's a significant issue as to whether the notice is adequate. So one, I don't think we can act, but I think that Ms. Perrella, did you understand what we were saying?
I do understand what you're saying. I'm just hoping that the board is understanding what we're saying. initially, the plans that were drawn up, the staircase was going to run from the front of the house all the way across the side of the house, passing kitchen windows, going up past bedroom or bathroom windows, compromising privacy on my end, as well as my neighbors, because her house is, you know, kind of like a mirror image of mine. Therefore, I had asked for additional plans that would kind of keep the staircase more compact and going over the existing staircase that's inside the home, which also faces my neighbor's staircase in her home. It doesn't compromise her privacy. That's the only reason why I decided it would be best to go for this variance. So this is, I'm just hoping that you guys understand that. And that's why we proposed this type of staircase.
Okay. The immediate issue is a legal one in terms of the adequacy of your notice, where, you know, we can only proceed if there is adequate notice. The notice does not reference that the house is being converted to a two-family house, and it's my view, and it's my understanding, it's our attorney's view that precludes us from taking action on the application tonight. You know, during the questions from members of the board, a number of concerns were raised as to the location of the staircase and issues with that. And I, you know, as a general rule, and there are always exceptions to rules, but, you know, we do not look favorably on applications where they're proposing a new encroachment this close to a property line. So I will leave it to you whether you want to come back with the same proposal or look at other alternatives. It certainly would be helpful if part of the presentation was showing other alternatives that you did consider, so we can better understand that. It would also be very helpful for a number of reasons for there to be a floor plan of the first and second floors, so we can have a better idea when there's an explanation as to what windows look at what inside the house, is to understand that by having a floor plan showing where the bedrooms are, where the kitchen is, etc. But you know, I think if nothing else, you have to fix the notice, but you know, you heard the questions of various, or at least your architect for the whole hearing heard the various questions the board members were asking, which were indicating a number of issues they have with the current proposal. So, but that's up to you whether you want to come back with the same proposal or not. But I think we have to send you home to redo notice. I think the plans at a minimum have to come back to show that how you would have conforming parking. And you should probably talk to Tommy about whether there are any other potential variances that would be involved. I just leave it there.
Let me ask the property owner, the applicant and the owner on the application indicate it's PRP JR LLC, is that correct?
That's correct.
And are you a single member LLC, or are there other members of that LLC?
That would be my father, Peter Saladino, who passed away back in November of 2020.
So is it a single member LLC with you now as the manager?
Single member, yeah, single member.
Okay, because you had listed on the application that there was an attorney as part of the application, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh, that would be the attorney that handled my father's
Okay.
probate.
If it's a single
Yeah.
member LLC, you don't need to have an attorney. That's up to you whether you want to get one or not.
Right. Right. Thank you. Yeah.
So what's a new date, Tommy, that we would give the applicant?
I need to look at the list of dates.
Well, they're going to have to.
May 18th is the next meeting, but that have to be a really, really quick turnaround for notice. I'll be in touch with you on Monday. Do we need to give a date right now?
Well, we need a consent to an extension of time. That's why I'm asking. But if they have to renotice, then that part of it is gone. What's after the May 18 date?
I need to hold on. I need to look up the list of. I do have it here actually. We have June 1st and June 15th.
Applicant, do you have a preference to either one of those two dates?
The May 18th works for me.
Now, that's not the date we're talking about. June. What are the dates? June 1st or June 15th?
Yes.
June 1st is fine.
Okay, and you'll consent to an extension of time for the board to act until that June 1 date?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to carry this to June 1. You're going to redo the notice. You're going to talk to Tommy about addressing some of these other issues. And revised plans would have to be submitted how far in advance, Tommy?
I'll be in touch on Monday with all of that.
Okay. Okay.
information.
You'll talk to them.
Right.
Okay.
Very well.
Okay. See you on June 1st.
Okay. Thank you.
Next application is that of Joseph and Yolanda Gawler for property at 491 Park Street. This is an application for a variance to construct a vestibule. Property is the R11 Family Residential Zone District. The property is designated as Montclair Code Section 347-45B. Property is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 25 in Block 2010. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45B1, which requires a front yard setback of 25 feet or the average setback of existing neighboring structures, whichever is greater. Proposed front yard setback is 43 feet 10 inches, whereas the average setback of the neighboring structures is 67 feet 9 inches. I see the growl, at least both growlers are here, and are the taxes paid and is the notice in order?
Yes.
Are the Gawlers present?
I'm unmuting you, Yolanda. You're unmuted.
And Joseph is
here. Can you hear? This is Joe Gawler.
Hello.
Good evening, board. How are you tonight?
Good. How you doing, Mr. Gawler? Do you have a professional here, or are you just processing the case by yourself?
Yes, we're having technical difficulties. Bailey Heck, our architect, was having some issues with the call, and he is here. Can you hear me, Bailey? This is.
I can hear you. Can the board hear me?
Faintly.
Yeah, I know it's a less than ideal.
Yeah, I mean, showing up as a panelist, he's just not able to connect.
I was connected until 10:15, and then the WebEx audio kind of went away.
Yes, but then that was just a temporary blip, and then you were able to sign back in.
I tried to sign back in 2 to 3 times. It won't allow me to call back in. I can see everybody on the screen. Can everybody hear me at this point? I'm talking through Joe's cell phone. I think we're linked in through his cell phone.
We can hear you.
There we go.
Okay. So, Mr. Gawler and Bailey Heck, would you both raise your right hands? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, so just give us your names and addresses, please.
Sure. I'll go first. This is Joseph Gawler. I live at 491 Park Street in Montclair, New Jersey 07043.
And Bailey Heck, 540 Highland Avenue, Montclair, New Jersey, 07043.
And you're a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, is that correct?
Yes.
And your license is in good standing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you proceed?
Certainly, the application is for 491 Park Street. The application was for, initially a variance was filed for this project in 2015. The application was approved at that time, but the owners, Joe and Yoli, we put the project on hold temporarily, as we've decided to revisit this. The application is substantially unchanged. This is for a portico mudroom off the front elevation of the home. Tommy, if you're able to scroll to the second page, perhaps, would that be possible? Perfect, thank you. The upper left-hand corner shows all the immediately adjacent properties on Park Street. The diagram across the top of the page, the second drawing in from left, this is showing not only 491, thank you, Tommy, 491 Park Street, which is Joe and Yoli's property, the subject property. But then the immediately adjacent properties, north and south of 491 Park Street. If you look at the next photograph across the top of the page to page right, you'll see the front elevation of the house. This is the view from Park Street. You see in that photograph to the left, there's a bit of a bay window bump out on the left-hand side there. Dead center, right in the middle, there's the existing front entry door, and that is the position that we're proposing to place this small portico. If we scroll down a little bit, Tommy, you can see the existing survey and that little bump out right to the right of the O in the word portico is our proposed portico. This is has a brick veneer at the bottom 3 feet approximately to match the existing brick veneer of the house. Large extent of glass. There's a standing seam copper roof. This is intended to add some functionality and also improve the overall aesthetic of the home. Tommy, if you could, I apologize, but if you could scroll back to the previous page, the zoning diagram, which is that drawing number 2 on Z011, just up page there a bit. Our portico is, the existing 491 property is very much in line with the 2 adjacent properties, left and right, or sorry, north and south. But what does skew our application slightly is that 497 Park Street is substantially set back further, 111 some feet from the street. So some of the numbers on paper in the variance application look a little skewed, but that is the crux of our proposal. Again, this was 2015. We proposed this, we reviewed and approved, and we're looking to attempt to get this construction going ASAP if possible. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Martineau, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. How does the size of this proposed portico compare to the portico that was proposed in 2015?
Yes, there are some dimensional differences. The difference in depth, that is the projection of our portico away from the existing front face of the home is an additional 10 inches. The width is an additional 2 feet approximately, 2 feet and 2 inches. And the height is increased by 14 inches. If we can go to the drawing of the front elevation. Tommy, thank you. Drawing number 2. The depth is relatively not that significant. What we have done is we've increased the pitch of the roof slightly. This is a standing seam copper roof. We feel that it's something that would be very nice to look at and articulate this as a complement to this structure. And we've increased the height of that slightly.
The board's resolution from 2015 made a finding that the front yard setback of the southwestern corner of the dwelling is less than what was the proposed front yard setback of the vestibule at that point. And they were measuring from the curb line rather than the property line, but that's trying to get a sense of how what that difference is, how close is that one corner of, what's your garage to the property line? Is that 48.83?
Moving it.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison, I'm not quite following your comments, but I believe what you're asking is the 48 feet 10 inches from property line to face the garage? And if that's the question, the answer is yes.
Okay, and
as that's the closest projection of it is an attached garage, so that's the closest projection of the structure to Park Street.
Okay, and you're proposing this will be 43 feet 10 inches, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you'll be 5 feet closer than what the house is currently at its closest point, is that correct?
Yes.
And does the additional width impact the landscaping you have on either side of the front entrance?
As with the original proposal, the existing landscaping will be removed, salvaged, and reinstalled. But that existing landscaping will be, and most likely augmented.
Okay. At this point, I'm really going to hate doing this, but are there any members of the public who have questions or statements or testimony or comments or anything they want to say about the application? If you're watching on channel 34 YouTube, call in the number that's on the screen. And if you're on WebEx by some miracle still at this point, try to, indicate that you wish to comment. All the mics have been opened up and this is your chance to comment or ask questions about this application. We'll wait a little bit to give you a chance to dial in or figure out how on WebEx to communicate with us, or curse it because it's not working. Okay, Tommy, any indication of anyone wishing to comment or question or? Okay, is there
No, I
anything?
don't see anybody. Sorry. That was me.
Okay, is there anything further either of you wish to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
No, nothing from me. Bailey, anything else to add?
Not at this time.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's everything, unless you have any other questions.
Sure, I think that was for Mr. Harrison and the board members.
Okay.
Okay, we'll start discussion with Mr. McCullough.
I'm ready for them to finish what they started 7 years ago.
Mr. Church,
Well, I have no questions, nothing.
Mr. Vieira,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be in favor of this application.
Ms. Martineau.
Nothing from me.
Okay. This is only slightly smaller than larger than what we previously approved. Just so the applicant and his architect know, we have recommended for several years, including in our annual reports that we approved tonight, that they amend the ordinance so when you have an anomalous house like you have here, that not be considered the average. You would have still needed the variance even if that was discounted, but it would have been a much less substantial variance if the governing body adopted our recommendation and amended the ordinance so houses that are set back a much greater distance than anything else in the neighborhood are discounted when calculating the average. So that would be of future help to you should you not if they do that and you don't do it this time and come back a third time, which hopefully you will not. I think we should put a condition on that any landscaping that's removed either be restored or replaced, because the front of their house is very attractive now, and I think it'll make the encroachment blend in a little better if the landscaping is there. Someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application with the proviso that landscaping be reinstated if it has to be disturbed and or added to.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, go build it this time. There's an extra charge if you come back a third time.
That's right. All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate
Thank you,
everything.
everybody.
Thank you.
The next application is last application is that of Matt and Elizabeth Salvatore for property at 11 Willowdale Court. This is an application for a variance to construct a rear addition. The property is in the R11 family residential zone, and it is designated on the township tax maps as Lot 18 in Block 4008. A variance is requested from Montclair Code Section 347-45C1, which requires side yard setbacks of 6 and 10 feet, and the proposed addition would have a side yard setback of 2 feet. Are taxes paid, and is the notice in order?
Yes.
All right, I see Elizabeth Salvatore, the applicant, is present. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
State your name and address, please.
Elizabeth Salvatore, 11 Willowdale Court in Montclair, New Jersey.
Matthew Salvatore, same address.
Okay, are you going to present your case, or is there someone here from Sionis Architecture?
Ryan is on, I see him as a panelist, so he'll be presenting for us.
That's Ryan Robertson?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Robertson, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth in the matter pending before the board?
I do.
Okay, just give us your name and address, please.
Ryan Robertson, 8 Hillside Avenue, Montclair.
And Mr. Robertson, you're an engineer or architect in New Jersey?
Architect, yes.
Okay, and your license is in good standing?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you proceed?
Okay. I think Izzy and Matt were maybe going to speak first, just to briefly introduce themselves, say how long they've lived at the address, why they want to live there, and why they are proposing this project. And then I'll take it from there with our slideshow.
Thanks, Ryan. So we're Matt and Elizabeth Salvatore. We've lived in Montclair for 10 years now, and in this house for 8 years. We're requesting or we're proposing a rear addition to our home. We really would love to make this our forever home, continue to raise our 2 daughters here. And we're hoping that this addition will accommodate our growing family, as well as some recent work from home changes from both of our employers. So we're home more frequently. We need a little bit more space to have a workspace as well. So with that, we'll turn it over to Ryan to present.
Thank you. Okay, Tommy, I see you have the PowerPoint up. Thank you. Good evening to the board. So as mentioned, this is a variance application for 11 Willowdale Court, Lot 18, Block 4008. The subject lot is rectangular in shape, 35.41 feet by 153.93 feet. And it is 5,451 square feet, or 0.125 acres. It has a frontage of 35.41 feet, and it's located on the end of a cul-de-sac on the south side of Willowdale Court, and it's generally a level lot. The lot is improved with a 2-story residence constructed around 1922, has an asphalt driveway, a paver patio, a shed which is encroaching on the property line to the east, and a concrete walk which is also encroaching on the property line to the east. If you could go to page 2, please, Tommy. On this sheet, excuse me, you'll see the tax map on the upper left and the zoning map on the lower left. This is the R1 zone. And in the upper right, there's a Bing aerial map with the subject property outlined. And so note that north is to the left on this image and east is to the top. We are requesting a side yard setback variance to the east, so to the top of that page. And since we're at the cul-de-sac, we have an immediate neighbor to the west, which is lot 17. But the east side of the property abuts the rear yard of 3 properties facing Franklin Place, lots 50, 49, and 48. And you can see in this image here, there are many trees that help screen this proposed addition from the houses on Franklin Place. None of those trees are located on the subject property. And please go to page 3, Tommy. So this sheet shows the existing property survey and a few images taken from Tommy's planning report. You can see on the existing survey, the wood fence is noted. It's not located exactly on the property line. It's a few feet to the east. And it's actually constructed of 3 separate wood fences owned by the 3 properties on Franklin Place. And they were constructed in line with each other for one reason or another. You can see the concrete walk, which is shown on the image in the bottom left as well. And that extends past the subject property line. It's noted on the survey as over by 1.9 feet towards the front, and it's over by 2.3 feet towards the back of the existing patio. This side of the property requires a 6-foot setback, and you can see that the existing structure is only 2 feet from the property line, as noted. The west side requires a 10-foot setback, and the existing structure is 9.6 feet from the property line, so that's also non-conforming. The driveway's masonry curb is 0.8 feet over the west property line. And the image on the bottom right shows an existing shed, which is about halfway on the subject property and halfway not, which our proposed plan will rectify. And take note of the image at the top. I believe that this was originally a covered porch, which was enclosed at a later date and has a brick veneer on it that was added to the newer walls, which caused the nonconformity on the west side. And so can we go to page 4, please? So this sheet shows our proposed site plan.
and a chart of the zoning requirements. You can see our proposal shows a 2-story addition to the rear, which aligns with the existing house on both sides. Further to the rear, a shallow wood deck is proposed along with a new paver patio. And near the corner of the patio, you see a dashed line indicating the existing shed, which we propose to remove. The new shed is proposed further at the rear to comply with the required 6-foot accessory setbacks at the side and the rear, and that's shown in the screenshot at the bottom right of this page. And note that the proposed site plan calls for an open porch at the front, so those existing walls I mentioned with the brick are to be removed. And so the 9'6" existing setback we would bring to 10 feet, which would bring us back into compliance for that issue. Tommy, is there a way to zoom in a little bit on the zoning chart? I'll just point out a few key items on it. So our proposal corrects a few existing nonconformities. I'm looking at the bottom, looking from the bottom. The accessory setback for the side yard is currently not conforming because of the existing shed location. But as mentioned, our proposed location will resolve this issue and it'll be at 6 feet. Moving up to the building width. Oh, I think you lost the chart. There we go. Moving up to talk about building width. The permitted 65% of frontage would be equivalent to 23 feet. And so the existing house does not conform because it's 23.6 feet wide. And that's due to the brick, I think. Well, I know it's due to the brick because the rest of it complies. So if approved, our design will open the front porch back up and it'll bring the building width back down to 22.9 feet, which does conform. And this will also remedy the existing nonconformity for the 10-foot side yard setback of 9.6 feet there. Our proposal complies with building height, max stories, front yard setback, rear yard setback, and principal building coverage. But where we don't comply, and the reason we're here before you tonight, is because of the 6-foot side yard setback. So as you can see, the lot width for this zone, the requirement is 60 feet, but the subject lot is pretty severely undersized in terms of width with 35.41 feet. So that means a fully complying building on this lot with a 10-foot setback on one side and a 6-foot on the other would only leave a house that's like 19 feet wide, which is very narrow. So I think when the house was built 100 years ago, they felt 19 feet was too narrow, but they were able to build 23 feet wide, which complied with the 65% of frontage. Can you go to page 5, please? I'll briefly describe the existing floor plans on this page. So you enter in the enclosed screen porch and you proceed into a formal living room. From there, you pass into a dining room. And off the dining room is a pretty awkwardly laid out kitchen. The applicant has a growing family, like Elizabeth and Matt just said. And so they came to us asking for more bedrooms, but they indicated they really love cooking as well and were eager for this chance to improve the kitchen. They have a dog, and soon their kids will be old enough to be running outside and inside. And so this kitchen work triangle was interrupted by traffic. It's going to be pretty bad design for people who like to cook a lot. And on the second floor, you have a primary bedroom in the bottom left. You have a nursery in the upper right for their they have a 4-month-old. And then a room that was used as a pandemic office at the time we did these drawings, but I assume that now belongs to the 3-year-old. Page 6. So here I'm showing the existing elevations. In the interest of time, I don't think I really need to testify anything about this unless we want to flip back when we compare the proposal to the existing. So we can move on to page 7. Here are the proposed floor plans. And so on the first floor, you can see the new open porch and the dotted lines indicating the construction that we propose to demolish to open this back up. And we're proposing to create a small little vestibule area to stop gusts of wind, but keep it small and just provide some coat hooks and a shelf. You enter the same formal living room and the same dining room location, but here we propose to sort of take some of that square footage from the porch that was enclosed and put it in the back and create a new family room at the rear. And this would open up fully to the dining room and the kitchen, and an open concept that so many families are requesting nowadays. When we were designing, we explored a mudroom. That was a big request, is like I said, the kids and the dog coming in and out of the back. But we looked at a couple options, and in the end, they settled on a coat closet at the rear off of those sliding doors since we don't have a coat closet at the front door. And the deck is covered by a wood pergola, which you can see from above on the second floor plan. And on the second floor plan, not much changes to the existing rooms, but we created a hallway off the upper hall to the new primary bedroom with an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet. Page 8. This shows the proposed front and rear elevations. It'll be existing composition shingle roofing to remain, if possible, along with new roofing to match existing at the addition. The existing brick chimney will remain. Existing window locations will remain with new replacement wood or aluminum clad windows. New fiber cement clapboard siding throughout. And there you can see the open porch in the front north elevation. At the rear, you see the same finishes with a wood pergola at the shallow deck and a Juliet balcony on the second floor, that's the primary bedroom up there. Page 9. So this sheet shows the two side elevations, the east and the west. Again, it's the same materials. You can see the white dotted line indicating the existing house. And our goal was to create something elegant with simple forms, but nice details that would feel charming and appropriately sized. Next page, please. And here, this is the last page. Just a few more 3D rendered views. These renderings show the addition, which is proposed to be the full width of the existing building. But the existing building doesn't comply with the side yard setback. But I think in looking at these images, it feels that the width of the addition is appropriate and is not obtrusive. I think you can imagine what this massing would feel like if you chopped away 4 feet of the width, and I think it'd be awkward and inelegant. And so in asking for this variance, I think we need to address if there's any hardship and what our proposal's impact is on the public good. And so I'll do so in my recap here. In terms of hardship, we have a very narrow lot, 35.41 feet. The 10-foot setback and the 6-foot setback requirements leave a buildable area that's 19.41 feet wide. The existing house appears to have been built to instead comply with the 65% width requirement of 23 feet. I don't believe there's any detriment to the public good in this proposal. By virtue of being at the end of the dead-end cul-de-sac, our proposed setback encroachment is less visually impactful than it would be if we had a similar adjoining lot property to the east. Instead, we have a spacious, several spacious rear yards to the east with good volumes of trees for screening. The proposed addition will not feel as if it's on top of the neighbors. At a distance, they may just simply notice the added depth into the lot. And, you know, in thinking about if we would comply with the 6-foot setback, you could narrow this up and extend back further to further compensate for that loss of square footage. And you could do so in a way that would be in compliance with the zoning requirements and not need a variance. But I think doing that would be more visually obtrusive to these neighbors. It would also create unappealing conditions for interior space planning. And it would also extend deeper into the yard, which limits the useful enjoyment of the rear yard by the applicants. So aside from not being a detriment, in fact, I think this design is an increase in benefit to the community because we opened the porch at the front, which provides a better sense of community and visual appeal. And since the project also requires site engineering for stormwater management, there will be improved drainage on the site as well for the entire neighborhood, which is a great benefit. There's some water issues in this part of town. So we argue that this site contains a bit of an inherent hardship because of the width and that the design does not propose any detriment to the public good. We hope the board agrees and sees fit to grant this variance. And with that, I'll take any of your questions.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch, do you have any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Church, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Vieira, do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I understand that we are only looking at the variance on the side yard, right? So, but you mentioned a little bit about stormwater management. So, do you have any idea? You obviously there's an increase of impervious coverages. So, you know, do you have any idea what that will look like?
Yeah, so the applicant will be required to hire a civil engineer and they will do they'll do a design with calculations that are going to be required by the city engineer for engineering review, and that will entail usually some sort of water detention, so that it holds water on the site until the storm system can catch up. So it'll either be underground detention tanks, or more recently we've been doing things called rain gardens. So it's like a garden in the back, but below is like a gravel area that holds more water than soil would. So that will be required. Some sort of design to that effect will be required on the site, and it will lessen the impact of stormwater in the on the site for sure, and also in the immediate neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Martineau, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, I have a couple. One is more a curiosity question. The survey shows a water line going from the back corner or slightly off the property heading towards the property. Is that the water line for the house, or what is that? Or do you know what that is?
I do not for sure, but maybe Matt and Elizabeth may know.
I'm not sure. I think our water line comes out the front of our house, but I'm not. I
would
can't say
assume
for
that.
sure.
Okay. So my question, and normally what we've been doing with detached garages or other accessory structures is, instead of the required 6 feet, is requiring 3 feet, so there's enough distance between the property line and the structure so it could be maintained. And the logic of that would apply even more to a fairly substantial addition to a house. You kind of have a curious circumstance here where the effect of your neighbor's fence and the walkway that goes down the side of your house is you've kind of gained a couple of feet on the side of your house, but there's no assurance that your neighbors on Franklin are not at some point going to say, gee, we actually own 2-3 feet more of property. Let's move our fence and go to our property line. So I guess what would be the impact if we required a 3-foot setback for the addition? I understand the reason not doing 6 feet, and I have no problem granting a variance, but if we actually got to the point where the neighbors decided they wanted their whole property, as I said, we've been doing 3 feet. What would be the practical impact on your design if we required a 3-foot setback?
So it would, in other words, the addition would jog 1 foot. Is that what you're saying? Because we're 2 foot.
Yes.
Okay. Well, obviously on the first floor, it would create just some awkwardness in the kitchen. We'd have to redesign the kitchen. As I said, they're big into cooking, and they really wanted to have this open concept. There's probably a way, if you had to jog it a foot, to get something. Maybe it becomes a U-shaped kitchen with a peninsula or something instead of an island. It's just a little awkwardness in constructability, I think, and spatial flow. But the family room is big enough that you can lose a little there. It's just how that works with the kitchen, I think, is the main concern on the first floor. On the second floor, if we're only talking about losing a foot, that ensuite bathroom can work because there's another linen closet in the hall. So you could just get a little bigger shower or a little smaller shower. And I think the walk-in closet is probably acceptable too. Like, it's 8 feet deep, and I've always thought that 6 feet was like a minimum rule of thumb. And so I think that could work too. Just aesthetically, it's less appealing, but from the outside.
Oh, it's as you've pointed out, it's really not visible from anybody.
That's true. Yeah.
How far back into the addition does the kitchen extend?
Well, there's a dimension there of 14 feet from the gray wall. So the existing kitchen wall to the new proposed wall is 14 feet, and it looks like it's a little under that. Maybe it's 12.
I was,
Or are you saying the length from the counter all the way to
how
the
much,
closet?
how much of the 14 foot is devoted to the kitchen versus devoted to the family room?
I see. I guess it kind of depends if you're cutting it at the island. I would say maybe 12 feet for the family room. And that island is 2 feet of that 14.
Okay, so if we said the rear 12 feet of the addition had to be set back 3 feet, does that enable you to keep the current design for the kitchen? I mean, it's going to be an open space, but you're not, I'm asking, would you have to do anything to redesign the way you have the kitchen laid out?
Well, yeah, well, you can't fully flow around the island, but I think,
well, there's
well,
nothing.
the uppers are 1 foot deep, so you could do something with the uppers so that, yeah, you could still have cabinetry, and yeah, you could get it to work.
Because I mean, it's an open floor plan, so there's nothing there, and you're moving the wall in a foot. But that shouldn't affect anything really.
Well, you just can't move the counter in a foot too and have that weird jog, so you would have to just eat away the space of the upper cabinet, in effect, if that makes sense.
Okay, where go along the wall from, let me look. What go along the wall of the addition as to what's there until you get to the family room. You know what I'm saying?
You're asking Tommy, right? I can't control the mouse.
What is along at the starting point of the addition at the kitchen? What is actually along that wall?
Where Tommy is right there, that's upper cabinetry of the kitchen, where his mouse is moving. And lower cabinetry.
Does that go all the way back to where the closet is, or?
Yes. Yes, because by the fridge, you don't have any upper cabinets, and then you have a window, and then you have a the oven range or the cooktop. So,
but this is all counter space as well, correct?
It's all, yep, it's all counter space, and that's the longest length of upper cabinets. And so if we brought that in a foot and lost the upper cabinets and had like a 1 foot ledge or something, you know, it'd be custom bottom cabinetry. It's just a little awkward, but I mean, what would be ideal is if we could just move the closet. If the closet and the built-in could move in 1 foot, then we could keep all of the kitchen design as is. I guess when you first asked me the question, I said the kitchen ends at the island, but really, if we said it ended at the closet, that would work and not require any redesign.
And well, I guess you would also, I mean, we'd move the deck in a foot, but clearly the deck is large enough to.
Yes, we can do that. And we could set where that closet is, we could set that instead to be 3 feet, let's say, from the island. And then you have circulation around.
You're saying move it slightly closer to the kitchen.
Right.
So if I said, just because I like having dimensions rather than that, 10 feet of the addition would be set back 1 foot, would that work?
You know, I could pull up the AutoCAD and give you, if you really want dimension here.
Depending upon how long it'll take.
I think just estimating it, that 10 feet is cutting into that cabinetry and would interfere with circulation around the island.
What dimension would you propose?
I would propose right where that closet is, if I can get this to open and tell you what that number is. Bear with me. It's basically where that dotted line comes across, indicating a beam. That's what I would propose. It's more than 7. Here we go. And Mr. Chairman, are you measuring from that? You want me to measure from the back to the closet? Or from the
Whatever, from the back to the closet, the side of the closet closest to the front of the house is probably the best way to do it.
Yeah, 8'6".
Okay. And I think the logic of that, without having you actually measure it, is the existing, that's, what is it, a patio behind the house currently?
That's right.
And which is attached to the walk, which already is over the property line. I think the logic would be to let you go back the 2 feet approximately, but we'll use 8'6" dimension with the 2-foot setback, and then the remainder of the addition in the deck would keep a 3-foot setback. Does that work?
Ryan, we're fine with that.
Great.
Okay. Any other, before I do the public, or any other board members with questions? Okay. Are there any members of the public who have any questions, comments, testimony, anything you want to say? We're going to unmute you now, and if there anyone watching on Channel 34 or the Montclair YouTube station, call in on the number that will be on the screen shortly.
We have what?
We have a
Actually,
person.
We did. It looks like they just jumped off.
Which was weird.
And this person had emailed me earlier this afternoon saying that they wanted to speak at the meeting. But they actually just this very second disappeared from the.
I looked at the attendees and saw, and it looked like, why don't you put the number up on the screen?
Yes, I will do that.
In case she is otherwise observing this. But there was like even she seemed to want to participate, and you're saying she contacted you earlier.
Yes, she contacted me earlier this afternoon and said that she wanted to speak. She's just not, she dropped off the call altogether. Well, I think she can just call in this number, but there's just no one there anymore. She was there, she's gone.
She was on WebEx, correct?
She was on WebEx, and then she disappeared from the attendees list just moments ago.
When I started my little thing, I checked and saw her and assumed anyone who was staying on that long wanted to comment on this application.
She didn't specify in her email which application she was planning to comment on, but I would also assume it was this application. It's obviously up to you how long we wait.
Yeah. How did she contact you this afternoon?
Via email.
Can you try emailing her?
Yeah.
Tommy, are you able to disclose what the person's name is? I just figured if we know them.
Is there any issue disclosing that?
I mean, it was public information. It was listed on the attendee list. Anybody that clicked on it would see it.
Okay, it was Lynette Rock.
We don't know them. Sorry.
We're not familiar.
I thought I could help, but
After you email her, can you look at the 200-foot list and see if she's on that?
Yeah, I will give it a
First email her. Tell her to call is probably the best thing at this point.
All right, I just sent the email and I'll track down that 200-foot list in the meantime.
In the meantime, both the Township Council and the Planning Board are going public, are going to, regular meetings, in-person meetings. That's what they call them. In May, you might want to look at, I wouldn't say spend a lot of time, but look at a little bit of their meetings to see what precautions, if any, they're taking to deal with COVID not fully leaving our life, and decide your level of comfort coming back. To in-person meetings.
I don't see anybody by that name on the 200-foot list.
Okay, and we've waited a fair amount of time, so is there anything that either the applicant or Ryan, you want to add before we discuss and vote on the application?
I have nothing further.
not from us. Just thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll start discussion with Mr. Church.
I'm in favor of this application as presented. I feel that the complexion of the lot requires that we do approve it, because there's nothing much else you could do with it. So I would be in favor of this application as presented.
Mr. Vieira?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess a question for you. So we are moving forward with this, with the conditions that you described.
Well, that's up to the board members. That would be my preference.
Okay, I think that would be my preference as well. You know, the architect, I guess, talked about that the design will work up to the 8 feet, I believe. So my preference will be to approve this application with that condition.
Okay, Mr. McCulloch?
I'm also inclined to agree.
And Ms. Martineau?
I'm in favor.
Okay, okay, I'm in favor with, I mean, as you know, as everyone other than Ms. Martineau knows, we've been routinely for a number of years requiring a 3-foot separation from a building to a property line. I think we have a situation here where the existing house is 2 feet. I think they've shown difficulties in having the full addition conform, but they've agreed that they can do this and keep the 3 feet for the rear 8.5 feet of the addition, as well as the deck, and not pose any problems in terms of what's being proposed. You know, I think in terms of granting the variance for the 3 feet and for part of it in 2 feet, given the location of the existing house, the narrowness of the property, and the current interior of the house, that they've demonstrated that they qualify for the variance, and there certainly would not be a substantial detriment to the public good or substantial impairment to the zone plan for not granting a variance from the 6-foot requirement. They're eliminating an existing shedding, not only encroachment on the neighboring property, as well as and putting it in a conforming location, and eliminating a minor deviation from the 10 feet on the other side. So overall, this is an improvement, but I do think, you know, and particularly since there is an extensive length of the house already within 2 feet, that having the rear 8.5 feet plus the deck meeting 3 feet will provide a little better. And over time, I would not be surprised if the neighbors on Franklin realize that they've lost a couple of feet of their property and decide they want to change that. Probably better if it just stays the way it is, but people do that. So any further discussion from board members? And if not, someone needs to make a motion to either approve as submitted or to require the 3 feet for a portion of the addition.
I move approval with the conditions as stated by the chair.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, you want to call the roll?
Mr. Harrison?
Yes.
Mr. McCulloch?
Yes.
Mr. Church?
Yes.
Mr. Vieira?
Yes.
Ms. Martineau?
Yes.
Okay. You're approved. Ms. Martineau, we had been ending much earlier than this. I'm not sure if you had been jinxing us or we just got overly aggressive with the agenda tonight. As I said in the beginning, feel free to contact me and I can go over procedures. You know, I had you go last in everything. We'll integrate you into the rotation in future meetings, but I figured you didn't want to suddenly be the first person to talk on an application. But we're glad to have you on the board. I'm sure Ms. Harris will be glad that there is a second female member of the board, which was getting slightly embarrassing to only have one, which I conveyed to members of the governing body, that it's a good thing we have good diverse representation in terms of color of members of the board members, but we were not doing good in terms of male-female ratios. So we appreciate your joining the board and welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Someone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second it. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Good night.
Good
Thank you all.
Good night,
Thank you.
everybody.
Hi, everybody.
Night,
Good night,
Mike.
everybody.
Good night.